I call the Charlottesville City Council business meeting to order. Will you read us out of closed session, please?
Certainly. I move that this council certify by a recorded vote that to the best of each council member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act and identified in the motion convening the closed session were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed session.
Second.
Did you want us to vote electronically? Okay. Is everyone set up to vote electronically?
Yes, everyone's logged in.
Okay.
Initiate it.
Okay, the motion passes 5-0. We're going to have a moment of silence, please. Thank you. Do we have any announcements?
Yes. Do we need to announce the BAR appointees? Or is that later?
Yeah.
That's a little further down on the agenda.
Yeah, okay.
Then yes, I do have an announcement. From our local trailblazer, Mr. Alex Zan, would like the community to know that on Monday, January 19th, from 1 to 3 p.m. at Carver Rec, there will be an event in honor of Martin Luther King Jr. called Continuing His Dream and Works. There will be speakers, dancers, musicians, and the entire community is welcome and is in support of there is participation from the city as well as local sponsors. Again, that is from January 19th from 1 to 3 at Carver Rec.
And I also wanted to announce that Abundant Life Ministries will also be having a program on January the 19th at 6 o'clock it's a program and dinner at Mount Zion African Church over in Langford. And so I'm going to be the speaker for that, so I need to finish that speech. But it's always a great event. They're really involved with the community, Abundant Life Ministry, so it'll be a great program. Do we have other announcements?
Actually, I was wrong. We don't have another spot to do the
Okay,
BAR.
the BAR, yeah.
Okay.
We have an announcement. We made a selection for the BAR.
We
committee.
actually have to vote on it
Yeah.
in this meeting.
We are considering Cheryl Lewis, Catherine Snyder Tabany, and David Timmerman for reappointment to the BAR. There's still a landscape architecture spot open.
Okay. Can I get a second for those?
Motion to
motion.
reappoint. Motion to reappoint.
Yes.
I will second that.
Okay. Further discussion or addition? All in favor? We'll vote on that. Okay, motion passes 5-0.
Sorry, I did have one announcement, which is just that Charlottesville boards and commissions are now accepting application through February 1st. There's a number with openings, including Tree Commission, Youth Council, Affordable Housing Fund Committee. So if you're interested in getting involved in local government, definitely consider applying. If you go to boards.charlottesville.gov, there'll be more information as well as a list of all the ones accepting applications. And again, deadline is February 1st.
Thank you. We're now for the time on the program for proclamation. And when we had the moment of silence, I used that opportunity to think about the life of Eddie Harris, someone we're going to be acknowledging today. Another giant in our community has just had an incredible impact on our community. He's one of those individuals that did so much kind of behind the scenes. A lot he did in front, people knew about, was so much that he did behind. And soon after his passing, I got a call from Latera, and she was like, we need to do something. And she immediately got me in connection with Sarad. So Sarad, thank you so much for being that contact and pulling this proclamation together. So I'm going to read this proclamation. I'm going to have the family to come up if anyone would like to say something. honoring the life of Edward Eddie Douglas Harris, whereas the city of Charlottesville pauses to honor the extraordinary life and enduring legacy of Edward Eddie Douglas Harris, July 31st, 1956 through December 28th, 2025, a visionary leader, storyteller, son of the 10th and Page community, and whereas fondly referred to some as Eddie and others as Deucey. I didn't know that. But he was a product of Charlottesville public school system, where he drew strength from mentorship of educators with the likes of Mrs. Josephine Wissett and Teresa Walker Price. And whereas Eddie demonstrated profound resilience, overcoming personal and systematic challenges to transform his life into one of service, providing that to a person's past does not define their capacity to build a monumental future. And whereas Eddie's commitment to his community was felt by many and evidenced by his dedicated work with the Real Dad programs with Ready Kids, and where he supported young men on their journey to be better fathers. He was most remembered as a kind, caring, and always willing to help kind of person. And whereas in 2011, Eddie founded Vinegar Hill Magazine, started as a grassroots newspaper to provide necessary counter-narrative to local media, ensuring that the warmth, intelligence, and entrepreneurial spirit of the Black community was documented with dignity and truth. And whereas through his leadership, Vinegar Hill Magazine has grown into a vital cultural institution, reaching thousands of readers and fostering a new generation of writers, artists, activists dedicated to preserving the Black community and promoting social equity. And whereas Eddie Harris lived by the mantra, "The sky is the limit," successfully building legacy intended to outlast his own earthly time. A thread that continues to reunite and strengthen the local Black community, and being honored with the 2020 Alicia B. Lugo Award for Community Service. Now, therefore, the City of Charlottesville City Council hereby proclaim our deepest gratitude for the life of Eddie Eddie Harris, and urge the community members to recognize his contribution to the community, mentorship, journalism, and restoration of local history. His imprint on this city is indelible, and his vision will continue to inspire us for generations to come. Signed and dated the 30th day of December 2025 by Juan Diego Wade, Mayor.
Good evening, everybody. I just want to say thank you for the support. My family truly appreciates it. Thank you to the City Council for this great honor. That's really all I got to say. I just appreciate everybody. Thank y'all.
Thank you. So this is a time for public comment. We have 8 pre-registered speakers. The first, we have someone from the presidential precinct, Ms. O'Gunty. Yes, please. Yes.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here tonight, to the City Council and Mayor Wade and everyone in this meeting tonight. My name is Toyosi Ogunsheye. I tell people if you can remember Toyota, the car brand, you can remember Toyosi. And when people call me and they say, am I speaking with Toyota? I'm like, yeah, customer care speaking, that one. It's a pleasure to be here tonight. The Presidential Precinct has been in Charlottesville for the past 12 years. We're a non-profit organization comprising University of Virginia, William and Mary, Montpelier, Monticello, and Ireland. For the past 12 years, what we've done is basically global exchange programs. We look for leaders all over the world who are serving their communities and seeking to address some of the most pressing challenges in the world, and we bring them together. Every year, we bring in an average of 200 international leaders here into Charlottesville across different programs, from democracy to rule of law, to governance to business. And for the past 12 years, over 2,000 international leaders have visited Charlottesville over a period of sometimes 2 weeks, 7 weeks, 1 week, depending on the program. And a few weeks ago, I was talking to Mayor Witch just before Christmas, and I said to him, I want the people of Charlottesville to know the amount of diversity, expertise, and brilliance we bring into this community. There's 200 international leaders who visit this community every year, invest very heavily in our local communities. We pay huge sums to the hotels here to house them over the period of their fellowships. They also invest here by shopping. Many of them eventually come back to University of Virginia. They bring their kids also to come live here over a period of time. The most exciting thing about what we do is contributing to our community. And how do we do that? We match them when they come here, depending on whatever program they are, with the best experts in the United States, in Virginia, and in Charlottesville. I'll give you an example. In October, we finished our biggest judicial program, which is called the Judicial Fellowship Program, which brings together 25 international Supreme Court judges. It is the only exchange program for Supreme Court judges in the world. In that program, we have Supreme Court judges from Ukraine, from Bolivia, from Afghanistan, from Iran, from Africa, from all over the world, just converging in Charlottesville, talking about the rule of law. And when they come here, they get to meet with judges. In Charlottesville, they get to meet the Supreme Court judges in Virginia. And they're thinking about, what can we learn about the birthplace of democracy, and how can we improve the rule of law in our countries based on how far America and Charlottesville has been able to develop over the years. A big question people ask me all the time is, how do you bring leaders here at a time like this, when the United States is also having its own issues? And I say to them that what my organization does is not to teach people what to do. The simple question we ask them is, what works for you in your countries? What can we learn from you? And how can we put you in touch with our people here to strengthen your leadership skills when you go back to your countries? I could go on forever about the Presidential Precinct, but I'm really conscious that I have just about 30 seconds left. Just to say that I'd like to engage more. And when we bring these leaders in 2026, this year, we're estimating we're going to have 300 international leaders across sectors coming here over a period of time. And through the City Council, we're going to be sharing some of our work and letting you know when these leaders come to town so that you can get to meet them and get to know about more what we do. And if there's anything we can do for you, and if there are ideas you have on how we could deepen our relationship here in Charlottesville with the local community, I'm here till the end of today, and I'll be happy to hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a wonderful resource to have in the community. The next speaker is Richard Allen. Richard Allen? Bye.
Yes, Kelly, I did register, but my colleague, Colonel Bob Guest, did not, so I'm ceding my time to him and hope I will get to speak.
Okay.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
My name is Colonel Robert Guest III. I have been with Court Square Memorial Advocacy Group for over 5 years. That's a little bit less than the 30 years I spent in the Air Force. As you counselors know, 20% or more of Charlottesville population are people of color. Many have families that have been here since the enslavement era. Since Vinegar Hill was demolished, many feel oppressed by the powers of leadership, and I am here to speak for us. Last November, we asked Deputy City Manager Freeze to reinstall the traditional site of enslavement auction block sign he directed us to consult with descendants of enslaved ancestors. We did so. We also got NAACP backing. I will give you the list of black residents who stated strongly that they do want the auction block restored immediately, but with appropriate and proper wording that is humanized. Should we go public with the media or have a rally at Jefferson School asking white residents and citizens of color in Charlottesville to send you letters? Please do not delay another year or two. We feel strongly that to replace the marker is to return a historically significant and important part of the city's moral fiber. As we said when we met with Mr. Freeze, we believe that City Council is ignoring the part that enslaved people played in this area, and we consider this to be erasures of history, or better known as historical erasure. The selling of human beings on a stump was noteworthy enough to be approved by HRC Descendants Consultants. The same is true for traditional knowledge of our sign, and nothing about that has changed. Please do not delay another year or two. We feel strongly that to replace the markers to return a historically significant and important part of the city's moral fiber. As we said when we met with Mr. Freeze, we believe the City Council is ignoring the part that enslaved people played in this area, and this definitely is historical erasure. The selling of human beings on a stump was noteworthy enough to be approved by consultants in the past. The same is true for traditional knowledge of our sign.
Thank you, sir.
Nothing about that has changed.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for your service to the country. Thank you. The next speaker is Paul Mack.
Good evening. Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Paul Mack. I am speaking tonight on behalf of the Court Square Enslavement Memorial. I'm a member of the Justice and Advocacy Committee of the United Church of Christ, Sojourners United Church of Christ. For over 5 years, I've supported local efforts to place a reworded slate marker where it originally stood. The marker reads, "Traditional Site of Enslavement Auction Block," and refers to the spot where 5 or 6 generations of enslaved builders of Charlottesville were bought and sold. This auction block was reportedly in use even before the Number Nothing building was constructed next to it. The building was the operations center for Colonel John R. Jones, a dealer in enslaved human beings, who could buy or sell them as agent for our town's and country's wealthy planters, such as Jefferson, Madison, and Monroe, prominent among them. The most vigorous enslavement commerce was on monthly court days. There were 780 such buying days recorded between 1800 and 1865. So-called Negro traders regularly stayed at the Swan and Eagle taverns. Andrew Grimm and 5 other traders employed by Franklin and Armfield of Richmond greatly valued basement pens where they could hold enslaved persons prior to them being removed from town. Such underground holding facilities exist to this day beneath Samuel Leitch's 1830s mercantile business, which today is the Redland Club, on the former site of the Swan. Exterior stairs for a similar basement under Number Nothing and are photoshopped from a 1920s photograph. I have copies for the board. Until the 1920s, there were wooden rooms adjacent to those stairs that could have served for dressing and a kitchen for feeding underground candidates meant for sale on the block. The book, the ledger, my assistant, the ledger and the chain describes in detail such operations in Virginia. I'm leaving copies of this handout with a 1940 photograph showing the Number Nothing building and 2 book references. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Joy Johnson. I don't see Joy. Okay. The next speaker is Tess. Going the wrong way.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of City Council, and to the Harris family. My name is Martez Tolbert, better known as Tez in this community, and I serve as the National Director of the Fountain Fund. I stand before you today to formalize what we in this community have known for decades, that Eddie Harris was a giant amongst men. Eddie didn't just live in the West Side neighborhood, he poured his soul into the pavement of every block in the city. He was an activist who spoke truth to power, a leader who led by serving, and to me, he was a North Star that guided me back to my purpose. He didn't just talk about change, he lived it out loud in the streets where it mattered the most. I want to be very clear with everybody in this room today. I would not be standing in this position of leadership if it wasn't for Eddie Deuce Harris. There was a time when the path forward seemed impossible for me, blocked by barriers that felt too high to climb. It was Eddie who looked at me and gave me the direction I desperately needed. He was the one who told me, Tez, stop messing around. Take a healthy risk and go see them people over there at the Fountain Fund. He understood that restoration is practical. He knew that getting my license back was about more than just a piece of plastic. It was about the dignity of being able to show up for my family. Because he pointed that way, I was able to begin the hard work of rebuilding my life from the ground up. But Eddie's impact went deeper than that. I remember clearly when he used to come into the local ACRJ jail just to get guys out of the local block and start his program called Real Dads. Eddie knew that the strongest thing a man could do is be present for his children. If it wasn't for Eddie bringing that program to me, I would never have had the tools I needed to mend the relationships that matter the most. Because of what he taught me in Real Dads, I was able to rebuild the bridge back to my children and their mother. He didn't just help me become a better citizen, he helped me become a better father, a better man, and a better mentor just like him. To Eddie's son, Rico, as you receive this plaque today, know that your father legacy is living, breathing force. It is alive in every family he helped put back together and in the leadership that I exercise today. Today is a day of homage. Today is a day of remembrance. Today is a day of honoring my mentor and friend, Eddie Harris. We thank you for the tools you gave us. We will keep walking the path you paved. And for me, today is not just January 5th. It would always go down and be remembered in my heart as Ducey Day. Thank you.
Well said. Well said. Well said, Tess.
Thank you.
Wendy?
Hi, my name is Wendy Gao. I'm an organizer for the Public Housing Association of Residents. Today is the last chance for the community to make public comment before Council's special work session on by right zoning and student housing on January 20th. I'm here to make sure that Council knows what the community expects you to do during that work session. We want you to urgently change the zoning code as it relates to by right zoning around core Black neighborhoods, specifically in the transition areas between core neighborhoods and commercial mixed-use districts. The zoning ordinance as it is written currently incentivizes developers to build gigantic luxury student apartments in and around low-income Black communities, accelerating gentrification and displacement. We need to decrease the density and allowable heights near core neighborhoods, strengthen community benefits requirements, and implement stricter inclusionary zoning requirements on student housing, which remains the most profitable type of housing development and therefore should offer on-site affordable units, pay higher in lieu fees into the Affordable Housing Fund, and be concentrated away from the core neighborhoods of 10th and Page, Fifeville, Rose Hill, Star Hill, Venable, etc. Last month, the Board of Architectural Review denied Landmark Development Group's application for their 7-story luxury student apartment building over Fifeville, thanks to resounding community and neighborhood organizing from Fifeville and the broader community. The BAR's decision should show council that there is significant community support for a zoning change, as well as support from within the BAR, a body appointed by City Council itself. Over the last 5 months, you all have heard unceasingly from residents of West Haven, 10th and Page, Fifeville, FAR, the Charlottesville Low Income Housing Coalition, members of the UVA United Campus Workers Union, Friends of FAR students, and wider Charlottesville community members in their support for protecting Black and brown, low-income, working-class neighborhoods. On January 20th, please do not kick the can further down the road and delay the conversation more. We need an immediate zoning change. We will be here, we will be listening, and we will be watching. I also just wanted to ask everyone in the room who supports the residents of West Haven, 10th and Page, Fifeville, to please stand to show your support. Thank you.
Alicia?
Good evening. My name is Alicia Lenahan. I'm a resident in the county. You have copies of the resolution condemning non-transparent federal immigration tactics and affirming community safety principles. It was originally presented in July 2025. It has been read into the record at previous meetings and is supported by the community. The resolution doesn't include anything radical or unreasonable. It does draw a bright line between local law enforcement and ICE, a force intended to become a national paramilitary organization answerable only to the president. Although the council has refused to debate and pass the resolution, you have touted the decision not to enter into 287G agreements and the decisions not to use Peregrine or Flock cameras. These are incremental steps at best. Our concerns about surveillance and data collection have been reignited by the city's decision to install Metropolis technologies in the parking garages. The data collected includes name, email address, phone number, vehicle license plate number and type, and account credentials. Videos and pictures of the vehicle and its license plate, as well as the date, time, and location of the capture collected via ALPR systems. Depending on the interaction with their services, Metropolis may collect biometric data via facial recognition technology, browsing or search history, interaction with emails and communications, and other data collected automatically through tracking technologies like cookies and IP addresses, and precise geolocation, pinpointing the location of the device used to access services when location sharing is enabled through device settings. Like Peregrine and Flock, the company makes assurances that data won't be shared. Assisting law enforcement is an exception. Metropolis faces scrutiny and lawsuits for allegedly misusing vehicle owner data from motor records for citations, raising questions about data access legality. Although Metropolis Technologies isn't directly named, its partner, NVIDIA, does support DHS ICE, whose data sharing with other agencies is a major privacy concern, raising alarms about surveillance, data breaches, and eroding trust. Of particular concern is DHS access to biometric and location data. You are naive to accept security assurances from yet another tech company. Your silence and inaction relative to the resolution normalizes the actions of this administration. Every American who does something in defense of the Constitution makes a difference. In Chicago, one person wearing a whistle. Then he and his volunteers distributed them to thousands of people who then had one small tool that collectively disrupted ICE actions throughout Chicagoland. You are about to have support from the governor's office and the General Assembly. It's not too late to stand out, not too late to stand up and to lead courageously, even if it feels uncomfortable. Set an example. Others will follow.
Thank you. Adrienne Dent, I know we got an email, I'm not sure if she's here. Ms. Dent? Angeli?
Hello, everybody. My name is Angeli Shaw. I'm the CEO and Editor-in-Chief of Charlottesville Tomorrow. Congratulations, Mayor Wade, on your re-election and your retirement. It's a nice thing to go together.
Yes.
I want to thank the council for honoring Eddie Harris, not because I knew him deeply or for very long, compared to many people in this room, but because of the legacy that he is leaving. Mr. Harris accomplished many things as a community leader, that I know. The one that I keep thinking about is the legacy he's leaving local media. Mr. Harris was extremely courageous in many things that he did, not least standing up and saying that we all deserve a right to tell our own stories. We all deserve to be represented fairly and have agency in media. Vinegar Hill Magazine is a treasure for our community. Eddie Harris not only built up this organization, but instilled his steadfast courage in its contributors and in Sarad Davenport, who continues this important work. He had the generosity to extend that strong sense of community empowerment and bold action to the partners of Charlottesville Inclusive Media, Vinegar Hill Magazine, the In My Humble Opinion radio show, and Charlottesville Tomorrow. I hope that he knew how broad his impact is. I learned from his legacy as well, and his vision has helped shape how I think about local news and who gets to be a part of creating it. Thanks to the team at Vinegar Hill Magazine, his story is being told and his vision is impacting people around the country who care about how local media is being reimagined to be for and by more people. The Black press is a crucial part of a strong local news ecosystem, and because of Eddie, we have a strong Black press here. It takes tremendous courage to stand up and say, I deserve to be counted, I deserve to be heard, and to publish day in and day out. Whatever the challenge we face trying to build up representation and equity in local media today, Mr. Harris faced tenfold. And he endured, and he succeeded. So I want to thank City Council and the family and friends of Eddie Harris for sharing these immense gifts with the rest of us. I will do my best to honor this legacy in my work.
Thank you. So that was the last of our pre-registered speakers. We have opportunity for 10 more, but before I select nine. Before I begin, I forgot to acknowledge a new counselor, Jen Fletcher. Welcome aboard.
Thank you so much.
She's already kind of part of the family. You feel normal now, so welcome.
Mayor, I'm sorry. We actually do have room for 10. The first guest was an invited speaker,
Oh,
so
okay.
it didn't count in the 10.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, who would like to speak? Ms. Hudson.
Thank you very much. Happy New Year to you guys. It's been a while since I've seen a lot of you.
Happy New Year.
I want to start off just by saying, first and foremost, while I want to keep this on the positive side because it's about Eddie, but I think like in the long term, this is about anyone from Charlottesville. Please stop waiting for people to pass away to honor them. People deserve their flowers while they are living. And it's long overdue for a lot of people. And I just think far too often we wait for people to just pass away and then we want to try to honor them. Because, I mean, your family wouldn't like if you were honored, once ready to go to the upper room. So, I think that egos need to be placed to the side. I see far too often y'all give proclamations to people who are not from Charlottesville. And let's be real, and let's be I want to be stern when I say this. Eddie was a product of Charlottesville. Born and raised, not somebody that moved here, not somebody that went to UVA and just got a job here. He was a product of Charlottesville. He saw it turn tenfold, 50 million times. He saw the good, he saw the bad. He saw more bad than he saw good in Charlottesville. And he took it upon himself to give his all to make it better for people that look like us. So I just think far too often, you guys just completely overlook. And I think it's just pride and ego. Because sometimes it's about who you like and who you don't like. And, when you want to give these awards, stop being like that and give people the awards for the work that they put in. You may not like their approach, because I know I'm one. Y'all don't like me and it's fine. You don't like the approach, but the work gets done. The work gets done when it needs to get done. The results are showing when they need to show. And so I just wanted to speak on that because it really bothers me that this is years old for Eddie. You can't keep doing this. You know what I mean? And I think, I know that DEI has been removed and misplaced or dismantled or whatever y'all want to consider the verbiage of it. At this prosperity, is that the new word being used in the city? But you don't have to wait for things to be implemented to do the right thing. And far too often, black people are overlooked. Not only are we overlooked, we're completely being, pushed out and dismantled from this city in more ways than one. I mean, every year we could just look at the makeup of council and we see the results. So with Black History being next month, I think it's every day, but for you guys, it's next month. Let's try to do a little bit better with these proclamations and maybe honor someone once a month, once every council meeting or something. Like, it's so well deserved for so many people in this city. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. Someone over here like to speak? Anyone over here? Okay. No, Mr. You had your opportunity, sir.
My name's Richard Allen.
Richard, yes, you ceded your time.
I did see my.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, you.
Good evening and
Good evening.
Happy New Year. My name is Sophia Marrero and I'm a community organizer at the Public Housing Association of Residents. I'm here to speak on LV Collective's desire to build a ginormous student luxury apartment building that will overshadow West Haven residents, as well as speak on the zoning code. As you have heard tonight and for months, residents have organized to speak to council to say one thing. They don't want it. I want to use this time to uplift the other voices that have already spoken and once again ask for a change in the zoning code. You have the chance to right so many wrongs that have been done against the Black community in Charlottesville. As elected officials, it is your duty to listen to constituents. So I ask for one thing: listen. Don't allow this building to be built. Neither students nor residents want it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone over here like to speak? Anyone over here like to speak in this area here? Surratt.
Good evening, Council. Surratt Davenport. Don't want to take too long. I just want to say a few words to commemorate, honor the life and legacy of Eddie Ducey Harris. He meant a lot to a lot of us. And one of the things that I think Eddie had that was unique was he was able to communicate across the generations. And so he was able to talk to the young, and he was able to talk to those of us kind of in our middle age, and he was able to be the bridge and the connection to the elder generation. And I think that we need more people like that. We need more people to be more other-centered, right, instead of kind of self-centered. And he was the person that was very much so other-centered, and I learned a lot from him, not always by what he said, but what he did and how he was with people, and his the posture of listening. I really like listening to people and not always thinking you're going to make deposits, but understanding that in order to help people the most, you have to be patient and listen. And I thank his family, Rico and others for sharing him with us as a community and for allowing us to learn from him and to become more than we thought we could be. And I think that there's a lesson for all of us that we can learn from people in their passing, and we can learn that how you make people feel, it matters. They might not remember what you say, but how you make them feel in their presence, it matters. And Eddie made all of us feel like we were whole people, and that our humanity was respected, and it made us want to get up and go out and do better and treat people better and to be conscious of the entire community. So just wanted to say that and to say those words. I didn't want to let this time go by where I didn't honor and commemorate, what Eddie meant for me personally, and I think for us collectively as a community. So sit down.
Thank you, sir. John,
I'm John Hall from Fry Spring. This is the month we honor Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King and some of his people that helped forward Black progress in America. I brought a poster that I wanted to show the council and maybe the audience also. It's the Montgomery, Alabama bus boycott. And there's somebody that retired in our community. His name is Uriah J. Fields. He's a personal friend of mine, and he was the secretary of the Montgomery, Alabama bus boycott. And I was hoping that maybe we could open the discussion to somehow honor him. I wanted to read this, sort of put it into context. Rosa Parks refused on the afternoon of December 1st, 1955, to give up her bus seat so that a white man could sit. 4 days later, African Americans launched the Montgomery bus boycott that would continue for 382 days until buses in Montgomery were desegregated. Of course, now, Uriah J. Fields was the person that had to organize all that, and he took pleasure in doing that, but he had to pay the price, just like a lot of these people in the inner circle of Martin Luther King. They were pastors of churches, and his church was bombed. It's just sort of the price you pay for trying to get something really important done in society, you know. Here's a picture of the bombed out church. Photo of here so the audience can kind of see. Photo of the bombed Bell Street Baptist Church, January 10th, 1957. So that was at the end. Once they were successful, there was these racist bigots that took their vengeance out on them in this way. And it's really a shame that that's the kind of thing that happened in Jim Crow South. And it really hadn't changed a whole lot, as we know, even today. But meaningful progress was made. And I just wanted to maybe hopefully we could open the discussion to somehow honor Uriah J. Fields, because he is a resident of Greater Charlottesville, even to this day, for over 20 years. And he's nearing 100 years old. And I just had hoped it would be fitting to maybe somehow have a portrait and hang it up somewhere, maybe even in the hallway outside. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Sir, in green shirt, did you?
Fellow citizens and City Council, good evening. My name is Mike Henrietta. I live on Paoli Street, that's 10th and Page neighborhood, wanting to correct historic erasure on behalf of my 10th and Page neighbors. I've been a member of the CSEM, the Court Square Enslavement Memorial Group, for 5 years. Our group believes it is important to be honest about local enslavement history. This is especially true in the few hundred square feet containing active locations of auction commerce. The HRC identifies these as Swan Tavern, Eagle Tavern, Number Nothing, the courthouse steps, also by tradition on a tree stump in front of the courthouse. Across 600 court days and many other days as well, tens of thousands of enslaved people from Charlottesville and surrounding counties were sold here on the enslavement auction block. During the Selling South era, 1815 to 1865, outdoor auction sites were the primary spot used by Negro traders to buy coffles of human beings. Fully 10 different towns surrounding Charlottesville each had an auction block. One of the towns was pre-war Wheeling, West Virginia. That town held a political assembly called the Wheeling Convention in 1861, attended by a number of Unionist Virginia counties. Here they formed the Restored Government of Virginia. They repealed Virginia's Ordinance of Secession. By 1863, West Virginia became recognized as Congress as a separate state. This is how greatly fractured our home state became. The 10 towns I just mentioned are Fredericksburg, Alexandria, Warrenton, Hagerstown, Maryland, Luray, Wheeling, Virginia, Lynchburg, Petersburg, Norfolk, and Richmond. And today, all of them have established markers of public acknowledgement of that long ago fractured history. CSEM asked you councilors to vote for Charlottesville to correct an erasure of history and join these towns. We also request that you flip one parking space to across the street, then shift one City Hall floral urn to occupy the empty space in front of the coming traditional site of enslavement auction block state plot. This will transform a soul-killing space of community grief into a space that is life memorializing and honoring for our town's earliest builders. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would anyone over here like to speak? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Good evening. My name is Rachel. I've been a resident of Charlottesville for over 20 years now. I wanted to speak with you all about a problem the United States has, which is gun violence. U.S. is the highest firearm ownership, and it has the highest firearm death of any of the high-income countries in the world. The firearm homicide rate in U.S. is nearly 25 times higher than any other high-income country, and firearm suicide is nearly 10 times that of other high-income countries. Firearms are the leading cause of death for children and teens, ages 1 to 19. That's in the United States. It's nowhere else, just here. It's a uniquely American problem. On average, Black people are over 11 times more likely to be the victims of firearm homicide than their non-Hispanic white peers. Among young Black people, the disparities are even higher. Black children aged 0 to 17 are more than 13 times as likely to die by firearm homicide than their non-Hispanic white peers. As you all probably know, since before the pandemic, gun violence has been increasing in small towns, including our town. And I'm here tonight to voice my support of the Central Virginia Violence Interrupters, also known as the Buck Squad. I'd like to ask to support and fully fund their organization and the work that they're doing. I'll read the mission of the Buck Squad, the Central Virginia Violence Interrupters. Their mission is to reduce the cycle of gun-related crime and homicides through education and economic empowerment by restoring a sense of commitment, community, and personal development. We use mediation, mobilization, and motivation. Some of these guys and gals are sitting in the audience right now, and I can tell you I know them well. I know their sense of loyalty and community. They are community builders. They are doing important work that no other organization is doing in our town, and work that's desperately needed. It's evidence-based. It's a public health approach to a public health problem. They attempt to detect and interrupt conflict before they escalate. They identify and treat high-risk individuals and build community, and they're really making a difference. They have a hotline that you can call anytime there's a threat or escalated violence or risk of violence, and they come and they respond, and they're on the ground 24/7. These guys don't sleep a lot. They're building community, they're protecting community, and they deserve the support of this community. Their violence interruption model is one that's been used across the state and across the country. And for that reason, I'm asking for the full support and funding to allow them to continue to do this important work. Our country has a violence problem, a gun violence problem, and Buck Squad is just one small example of a solution to this large and complex and deadly problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Deanna McDonald, and I am the owner of RN Heartwork Health Education Coaching and Consulting. I stand before you today to say thank you to the city manager for letting the community know about the progress that has been going on as it relates to bringing a grocery store to Cherry Avenue. I also stand before you to urge City Council to keep this conversation going, to help us to ensure that a grocery store comes to fruition. There is a gap, as the city manager mentioned. There was a proffer made to the community in order to get the rezoning by the developer. That proffer was a grocery store. Proffers are for land, money, construction, a community benefit that is served because this community which sits in the Fifeville neighborhood, is going to be impacted by more people with the affordable housing that is set to come. We also need that very much in Charlottesville. I urge you to also, as we work together, myself as a community partner, I work with the 10th and Page neighborhood, I work with Ridge Street, I work with Fifeville neighborhood, I work with several residents that are not here, sometimes not present because they can't be. The low wealth community is not here because they don't want to be. A lot of times they are taking the time to work, to care for their families, and they just don't have the extra time. I stand in the gap for people like that. That's what I do as a community health advocate. So I urge you to help us hold the developer commitment to actually building a grocery store, not just the idea that a grocery store would come. Help us close this gap and get the grocery store actually built. I am also a steering committee member for the Charlottesville Food Co-op, which is made up of community members that volunteer to ensure that a grocery store comes to this neighborhood that has been considered a food desert for over 20 years. The grocery store was the pillar of that community. Low food access contributes to health disparities, contributes to mental health, contributes to things that also affect violence in our areas. So please, I urge you, I stand here on behalf, I am also a proxy for my family members who live in Fifeville that cannot be here, to urge you to help us close the gap, to help us ensure that the developer delivers on that proffer and that we get the actual building, because the community is gonna come in and do the work of working the grocery store. Thank you.
Thank you. We have an opportunity for two more speakers. Three more speakers. Anyone else like? The gentleman in the back. Not Richard. You ceded your opportunity, sir.
I'm glad to take one of these options, though, please.
Thank you. My name is Frank Bechter. I'm a resident of Fifeville. I live at 304 6.5 Street Southwest. Council, you recently received, I believe, a letter of appeal for the decision that was brought by the Board of Architectural Review, which was referred to earlier. There were many people at that meeting in December, and there were many people at the meeting in October as well. I'm here simply to emphasize to you, if you haven't read that letter yet, if you read it, I want to make sure you know that it is extremely disingenuous, and its argument is extremely weak. The Board of Architectural Review took its guidelines very seriously, guidelines that are made by City Council. And the problem that the developer encountered was that it did not take your guidelines seriously. Those guidelines say, is the height compatible with those individually protected properties there? That's the reason that was at the Board of Architectural Review. Is the height of this 7-story enormous structure compatible with that? Is the scale of it, is the mass of it compatible? If not, that certificate of appropriateness can be denied. Is it incompatible with the historic, cultural, or architectural character of those two individually protected properties? It is very clear that it is not. And that is what the developer did not consider. It didn't think anyone would consider the actual guidelines that state that. It wants to say, and does say in this letter to you all, that there was lots of conversation at that meeting. Tons of people were there. Not a single voice was in favor of that proposal except from architects. And there was a lot of conversation from community members. People were objecting on various grounds. It was certainly mentioned that we don't like the zoning, we think the zoning should change. Various people said that. Is that a real issue? Yes, it is. But that is not what the board acted upon. But in this letter, it says outright that that is exactly what the board did. It acted upon zoning. It didn't like the zoning, so it didn't approve. But it actually acted on those things that I just said. And it says that it requires, their wording of this rejection is so vague that it requires speculation and conjecture. We just don't even know why. If you go back to that architectural review meeting in October, you will see 4 out of 5 of the board members present, there were only 5 present, saying, unless you reduce the height and scale significantly, not just reduce, but reduce significantly, we will vote no. There's no conjecture on why they voted no. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak? Richard, did you have anything additional you wanted to say?
Thank you, Mayor Lee. I'm Richard Allen. I live in Riverside Village, and I would like to speak with all of you tonight respectfully about 2 words, tradition and agency. A long-standing tradition says an auction block was here, just up the street. And this word, tradition, means handed down orally from generation to generation. Thus, a large portion of citizens know the block was located next to number nothing on the East Jefferson Street curb. They've heard about it, traditionally. Our Court Square Enslavement Memorial Group goes by CSEM, and the Deputy City Manager directed us to come before you and ask you to vote in favor of that tradition. Mr. Schnook, Ms. Oshrin, Mayor Wade, Mr. Payne, and Ms. Fleischer, you possess something else. You possess something called agency. That means you have the administrative governing role of exerting power. Just as a surgeon has the agency to operate and remove a melanoma, you hold similar healing power to operate and stop erasing the history of the enslaved laborers who built the center of our town. In its beginnings back in the 1720s, privileged white men had agency over laborers they brought and set up in enslavement labor camps, basically. And so our population remained majority black for 7 generations. And using the euphemism laboring stock, they named these builders slaves. In the words of enslaved Fountain Hughes, we were auctioned off like hogs, cattle, and horses. Slaves were powerless and diminished. They had 0 agency. CSM thanks HRC Black consultants who demand that we eliminate this powerless word slavery from our vocabulary and our signs. They ask us to humanize and honor the human roles that built Charlottesville. In a public campaign, we call on citizens, use your agency. Email and write to these 5 fine leaders starting today. Just as UVA has done, demand that they respect as human beings those tens of thousands enslaved by white agents who built the place we live. Last Friday, we asked you, City Manager Sanders, to schedule City Council's public vote soon. Please authorize a sign reading, "Traditional Site of Enslavement Auction Block," and let us memorialize the updated humanity of our town. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. What, I have an opportunity for one more speaker during this time? Thank you all. We have another opportunity at the end. We'll go to the consent agenda now. Did you want to say something?
Yeah, just as a response, a lot of things in public comment, but obviously we continue to get comments about resolution, which we've never provided any answer for. I think we should provide an answer one way or the other, and would just say I think we do need to reach a determination of what we have the legal authority to do or not, but anything we do have the legal authority to do, I think we do need to pass a resolution around ICE activity in our community, because I think there are thousands and thousands of community members who expect us to directly confront what's happening at a national level, and I just don't think we can ignore it. But regardless of what decision we would come to, I mean, it's been months and thousands of community members with no response from us, so, but thank you.
We'll now go to the consent agenda.
Consent agenda. Number 4, minutes from December 9th joint CIP public hearing with the Planning Commission, December 15th regular meeting, December 18th joint meeting with the school board. Number 5, a resolution to grant $50,000 to the Residential Energy Retrofit Mini Grant Program, second reading. 6, a resolution to appropriate $303,660 from the Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities Grant Program for the City of Charlottesville Rock Creek Watershed Management Plan, second reading. 7, resolution to appropriate Stormwater Local Assistance Grant Fund for the Ravenna Restoration at Riverview Park in the amount of $607,610, one of 2 readings.
Is there a second to approve the consent agenda? Or motion to approve?
I move approval of the consent agenda.
I will second pending. I sent Keena just now. I recognize some of the public comment names were spelled differently, so I just said that over in case that needs to be correct for the record. But substantively, all good.
It's been moved properly to second. We'll vote electronically.
It was just note for the community, just as a positive thing, the Riverview Park project got a lot of attention, and funding for that is included with completion for the erosion restoration by spring, so positive thing.
The motion passes 5-0. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is City Manager's report.
Good evening, Council and members of the public.
Good evening.
I have a few different things that I'd like to do this evening. First, I would have asked Chris Engel, Director of Economic Development, to come and share with you just a review of where we are with the parking management system in the garages. Remy, that's a later report. You can take that down for now. And because there have been a lot of different comments about that particular item, I wanted to have him speak to some of the questions that have come in and more or less look to see are there any other additional questions as we look at this as a management upgrade, an operational upgrade for the parking garages, recognizing also that individuals do take issue with the use of license plate readers, but this is common practice in this industry, so I think that's part of what our suggestion back to you as a staff.
Good evening, everybody. Chris Engel, Director of Economic Development. As the city manager mentioned, he asked me to come and give an overview of the recent changes in the 2 garages and answer some of your questions which you've raised in the last week or 2. And at the end, if I haven't captured any of those, please, we can handle additional questions. I'd like to start just with a little context on how we've operated parking in Charlottesville. It doesn't get a lot of kind of conversation most days or most times, but the last couple of weeks there's been a fair amount of conversation about it. But in any case, the city has had public parking since 1975. The Market Street parking garage was built in conjunction with the approval of the bricking of the mall, and the garage was actually built before the mall was finished, as I understand it. And at that time, we employed our first parking operator. It was a company called Charlottesville Parking Center, local company that was actually started by local businesses, several local business owners that wanted to support downtown and create a parking company to manage a surface lot, and then ultimately the first garage, the Market Street parking garage. So in 1975, that began. Charlottesville Parking Center was the operator for many years, probably till about 2015, 2016 timeframe. And then there was a change in ownership at CPC, and there was a change in outlook on that relationship internally, and so we did an RFP at that time for another operator. We picked one called Lanier Parking Systems, LPS for short. They then turned into Reef. The parking industry is rapidly consolidating and whatnot, so Reef was the new name of Lanier Parking, and that was in 2023. Actually, that was in 2018, sorry. They had a contract for about 5 years. We did another procurement process in 2023 that resulted in a selection of a company called SP Plus. You might have heard of a company called Standard Parking. They're one of the oldest parking companies on the East Coast. standard parking became SP+. Once again, quite a bit of movement in this industry. So we started a contract with them after an RFP process where we had a number of submittals, and that began in 2024, April 1 of 2024. It's a 5-year contract with 1-year extension opportunities at the end of the first 5 years. Then in 2024, end of 24, early 25, Metropolis, which is a West Coast parking company that is tech-focused, purchased SP+. So they are kind of consolidating their operations and becoming one entity. And the name that you've heard mentioned and that you see is Metropolis. They're rebranding. But our contract is actually with SP+, and the staff and some of the emails, and all of that is kind of in the process of changing as this company becomes one entity as opposed to two. So in any case, they're working through that. So in all these scenarios that I described, which cover a little over 50 years, we've always had the same type of contract system. The city owns the garage. The operator operates the daily operations. They pick up the trash, they clean, they restock the tickets, they provide attendant services, janitorial services. When something goes wrong that's not their responsibility, they let the proper person know, and just basically oversee the garage, which is now a 24/7 operation, so it's a pretty significant role. But they don't set the rates, they don't set the policies, they simply collect the fees and remit them to the city on a monthly basis. Their expenses are reimbursed, as is traditional in a contract like that, and then they make a management fee. That's the scenario that all of these companies have operated under, and that's the scenario that the current SP Plus / Metropolis is operating under. So just wanted to kind of share that to kind of set the stage for how and why we got to where we are. Operators, current and past, don't have the ability to issue citations, tow cars, put boots on cars, or issue fines. That's just not within the purview. There's some state law tweaks or changes that would be needed to allow some of that to happen in Virginia, as I understand it, but it's certainly not something that they're contracted in our contract to do. So I want to say that as well. Some cities do it differently, and there are kind of more common trends now where cities are engaging in what's called a concession agreement with a larger company that they bring in to build, finance, operate, manage a new facility so that the city doesn't have to undertake the cost of building said facility. That's happening in Annapolis. There's a good example of that there. Chicago is another example, not with a facility, but where they essentially leased for 99 years the parking meters that the city of Chicago has to a firm. They got an upfront cash payment, and then the firm gets the revenues.
That was a bad deal.
There's lots of commentary about that, and it's likely
yeah.
described as a bad deal in almost all of them. But in any case, those are two examples of situations that are unlike ours completely, but that cities are pursuing for various reasons. But we are not doing that here. Our agreement with SP Plus Metropolis, we maintain full control. They manage daily operations. The primary change, as the city manager just alluded to, and this began on the 16th of December, was day one, was that the equipment used to facilitate the parking session is new and different. And the system involves a camera, optical character recognition and/or license plate recognition to start and end a parking session. The previous system, you had to stop, put down your window, grab a ticket, and the ticket started your session, and then you had to put that ticket back in the system on the way out, along with your money, to fulfill that session. So you no longer have to stop. You no longer have to grab the tickets. The tickets are problematic on a number of fronts, and we don't need to go into detail on that. But in any case, most of the companies and systems are moving towards more software, less hardware, more technology, less moving parts, things of that nature. So efficiency should be increased. Obviously, the in and out, we're already noticing changes with respect to vehicles coming in and out. It's obviously quicker because there's no interaction with a machine to grab a ticket. So that's a little bit about that. So for transient users, so transient users are folks that come one time a month, one time a year. They're just there for one time. They're not regular monthly users or enterprise users. Enterprise users are, folks that have their parking paid for by the company, and the company gets the bill. Monthly parkers are folks that sign up for their own monthly parking because they work downtown and they want to do that. But a transient user is just a very occasional user. So that payment is now facilitated through a web-based system. Some people call it an app. It's really not an app. It's a web app, so you don't have to actually download an app onto a phone. It does require the ability to receive a text message to interact with that system. So that is new, and people are asked to click a QR code to activate that system. They're asked to put in a payment method, which is not unlike what they had to do previously. They do not have to put a name in. They can simply put a phone number and a payment method in conjunction with their license plate, and that is sufficient for the system. So that's in basic terms how the new system works for folks coming in and out of the garage. For a little additional context, the type of information that they're gathering is not dissimilar from the city's scooter provider, which is currently VO. And when you go to instigate a session with one of those, you do have to have the app, and you have to click it and have your information either already in it or loaded at that time to start a session that you can then use, and then return it, and then you have to check out of that session. So the type of information is very similar, with the exception of this system does not require a name. So you can simply put in a credit card info, a phone number, and your license plate, and have it function. So just wanted to mention that. I know some people have suggested that you have to connect a name to it. You do not have to. You can. You do not have to, though.
How do you do a credit card without a name?
They just need the digits, and they can run it, as I understand it.
Right.
So folks have asked why we're doing this. It's essentially a modernization effort to remedy the equipment that we had, which is nearing its end of its useful life, and was not terribly efficient in a number of scenarios, particularly when you have large crowds exiting all at one time. You all may recall last spring there were a number of 2 or 3 instances early in the event season, April and May, in which there were some equipment failures that caused very long exit times, and I know you all heard about that because there were emails about folks that felt it was unacceptable, and it was. So the equipment is part of that problem in that it takes so long to get people in and out with regard to just the basic design and the process of the technology. So it was also nearing the end of its useful life. It's been in place since late 2018, 2019, and these are thermal imaging printers that have a 5 to 7 year useful life, as we understand it, to begin with. So the company that provided them also is not great on the service front and has few contracts in this area, so getting their attention on things has always been a challenge. So they got a lot of use, service was lousy, and end of useful life was very nearby, if not imminent. We had one cash machine at the Market Street garage at the elevator area that had been out for about 6 months prior to our transition last week, and that was because of an equipment piece that couldn't be replicated. They're not making the part for it anymore, so they basically kind of have to harvest parts from other older machines and try and make them work, and they were just unable to do it. So we're kind of left in a position where we can't offer the service that is suggested for a long period of time because of basically equipment failure. As was mentioned, that most major parking companies are moving towards more software-heavy approaches as opposed to hardware, fewer moving parts, things like that. In addition, the upfront cost is a lot lower. The last time we did a full equipment upgrade, which was 2018, the cost was about $350,000 for the whole system. The cost for this system, it's called Computer Vision, run by Metropolis, was about $85,000. So as you can tell, there's a vast difference in terms of the upfront cost that has to be borne to create a system, put a system in place like this. And in addition, we anticipate operational savings over the course of a year. We don't know exactly what they'll be, but 5 to 7% is not unlikely in terms of reduced operating costs. We no longer have to maintain a warranty on multiple pieces of equipment and have a service contract for that equipment. So those are some of the areas where you see reduction in cost. Now, with regard to the launch and the rollout of the system, certainly recognize it wasn't smooth for everybody, including a number of our businesses that were caught unaware. I'd like to apologize for that. We missed a few steps in that regard. The company that implemented this did the usual routine where they contacted everybody that already had a relationship with the garage, monthly parkers, individual parkers, validation accounts, et cetera, and interacted really well with them. But folks that were not connected to that system did not get a personal touch. So that was a misstep that we definitely had. We did not engage our business partner, Friends of Downtown Charlottesville, as well as we should have until it was basically launch time, and it was a little late. Now, we did make a concerted effort to the very next day to hand deliver information to all the mall area businesses on Wednesday of the week of the launch. So that we did catch up with them, and we did answer questions, and we did send folks around to help with that. But we definitely missed a step with the traditional launch process was followed, but we definitely missed a step with additional public outreach that could have happened in advance. Having said that, this is the type of thing that typically people don't really engage with until it actually happens, but nonetheless, we should have done better with regard to getting information out in advance. If you were not coming to the garage, you didn't see the signage. If you were not already a validating account, you wouldn't have necessarily known, particularly if you missed the press release and things of that nature. So a few key points just about the system, some things that haven't changed. So we have a very generous grace period, which is the first hour free. That continues. That hasn't changed. In fact, it's actually easier now with the new system. You don't have to register to be part of the first hour free. You just drive in and you drive out. You don't have to have an account, do the QR code, any of that if you're just coming for an hour. A lot of our visits are in that 1 hour or less, quick visits, City Hall, post office, restaurants, et cetera. So that's a change in the ease of the 1 hour. Previously, you had to stop and grab the ticket, and then you had to put the ticket back in on the way out and hope that it was calculated properly under the hour. Now you don't have to do that. So just wanted to point that out. But the first hour is still free, and that hasn't changed. The rates haven't changed. The rates are the same. We use a fixed rate structure. It's $1 per half hour and $2 for an hour. There's no demand or fluctuating pricing. There's some companies, including some in Charlottesville, use demand-based pricing, which can be confusing to folks. We have never done that, and we're not doing that now. The validation, as I mentioned, process is still available for businesses that wish to validate their customer parking. Not all do it. Some don't. Some start, some stop. There's currently probably 80 or 90 businesses organizations that do that, nonprofit businesses, et cetera. So that is still available if they want to do it. There's 2 ways to do it, and each of those businesses that had accounts were reached out to and were set up in advance and are actually now using it. As of this weekend, 56 of the 80 or 90 enterprises had already done validations. And some had done quite a few. 8,000 folks have signed up, which is a pretty high number, given small size, and we had 15 days of service so far. So signups, that's people that have engaged with the QR code, set up an account to come and use the facility. One other thing that I probably didn't mention yet is that you only have to do the sign up once. So once you put in your credit card and your license plate and your phone number, you don't have to do that every time you come. A lot of systems do require engagement with a app or a system every time you come. And some of them require a sign in and a sign out, including one locally, which has caused a great deal of confusion, because if people forget to sign out, they get a giant bill when they're expecting a much smaller bill. So in any case, this system is unique in its aspect where you just have to sign up once, and when you come back in the next time, it'll start you another session, and on the way out, it'll give you a receipt. So it's just the one-time sign up is required. So 8,000 members have signed up. There's about 900 monthly accounts and enterprise accounts. And like I said, 56 enterprises have already used their QR code validations at their various locations. Seems to be working once they get the hang of it. There's typically an adjustment period with all of this that they suggest lasts 30 to 45 days. And at this point, we're 15, 16 days into it. So concerns, some of which were mentioned previously, even tonight, is the lack of ability to pay without a phone or with cash. And currently, the office and or the attendants, when available, can take a cash payment or swipe a credit card. There's an attendant out there tonight that can do that for anybody that needs help with that. Staffing is a challenge with that, so it's not like a guarantee that they're going to be there 24/7. But in the meantime, as we get acclimated with the new system, that is an option for people who wanted to do that. There are also some workarounds that the staff can help folks with if they have challenges with computers, phones, et cetera. In any case, what we're going to do is add to the system 2 separate cash credit card kiosks that will be where the previous kiosks were that you interacted with, one at Water, one at Market Street, essentially in the elevator lobby at Market Street, and at the corner of 2nd and Water at Water Street, where folks who don't want to or don't have the ability to interact with a phone can do a traditional credit card swipe or cash payment. Those are not in place today. 4 to 6 weeks is what I'm told. They were ordered prior to Christmas. So we're looking at early February likely. But we believe that those will help folks who have that particular concern, give them another option. They'll still, the pay by phone option will be there for those who like that, and then the kiosk option, credit card or cash payment, will be there for the others who wish to pay that way. You still have to enter your license plate, but you don't have to register with the system, so to speak, and do it on a QR code. So we think that'll give a different option and alleviate at least some of the concern that we've heard. An additional concern is data privacy, which was also mentioned. It's obviously a very personal subject. Everyone has their own level of comfort with what they like to share, want to share, will share, and that's their own business, and I understand that. A couple of things just to kind of share about the system as we understand it and as we know it. The data that they're capturing is only used to facilitate the parking process. There's no biometric information captured. There's no facial recognition captured. It's literally only like 6 inches around the rear license plate. It's not even the front. There's no side views. There's nothing like that. Some companies are doing biometrics, but we are not. Metropolis is probably experimenting with it, but it's not part of their contract here, and it's not in place here. So just wanted to be very clear about that. They do have to follow all the federal laws, the FCC, the FTC, state laws, the SCC, any local laws. That's all written into the contract, and they have to follow those as a matter of course. Payment, it's called PCI DSS, which is Payment Card Industry Security Standard, is in place as well. All our previous operators had that as well. That basically says when you engage with the credit card, you have to keep that information safe. And so that's really no different whether you're using a license plate reader or a traditional system. You have to keep that data safe. And that is still the case. That hasn't changed. In addition, SP Plus Metropolis has a number of other certifications, speaking to data control and how they organize themselves and behave. So there's lists of them if you want to see them. In any case, anybody can opt out. You can have your data removed at any time, and you can opt out of them sharing any type of data. I've asked multiple times, do they sell and share data? They don't sell data. Their policy probably suggests that they may, which is a little confusing. They've told me that they don't do it, and there's an opt-out process for anybody who wants to just be clear that it wouldn't happen, and we have access to that too. I can direct folks to where that is if they need it. Once again, data can be deleted at any time, and that's a standard part of their contract, and it's included in ours as well. A few others have mentioned potential lawsuits, and we have looked into that. We've asked about that, and we're aware of at least 2 potential class action lawsuits. Both of them, as I mentioned before, our contract does not have the vendor able to do enforcement activities, citations, booting, towing, fines. At least one of the cases was revolving around that. They're not able to do that here, and so that's not part of their duties here. So we kind of see that as unrelated in some respects to the activities that we've engaged them to do. And that's the same with the other case. There's one in Tennessee and one in Texas, and they're both similar in that violation fines and things like that. They're simply only allowed to charge the rate that we have set for the garages here. So they're not allowed to charge an additional fine or anything like that. Different states have different laws on this. I'm certainly not an expert in it. Texas has its own set of laws, and that's where one of the cases is. Virginia's laws are a little different and evolving, and like I said, as we understand Virginia law, citations for parking cannot be automated or mailed via an automated system at this point. So even if we wanted them to do it, they couldn't do it in Virginia at this time with respect to the law. Not defending the cases, they may be legit, I don't know, but they are very early in litigation, and there's been no resolution to any of them. Nonetheless, we certainly would take any violation seriously and take action as needed if something were to arise that caused us concern as a result of any of those cases. I would also say that to date, our experience with the local staff and with the Virginia SP Plus Metropolis staff has been positive. They've been quick to rectify any issues. There were a couple on day one where the wrong rate was charged, full refund was given within the day, and that has happened, and they have been responsive. So just wanted to say that as well. There were a few other questions that popped up that are sort of kind of related to all of this. One involves the General District Court agreement that we have with the county, which includes providing parking. It basically says we have to provide them 90 spaces during business hours, Monday through Friday. 63 of those spaces are in a lot called the 7th and Market Street lot, which is just adjacent to City Hall here. And they have control of that since about 2023. So those spaces are being used by the courts currently for visitors and for court staff and county staff. And to date, they've not had need for the additional 27 spaces. The agreement that we have with them suggested that the additional 27 spaces would be provided at Market Street. And that can happen. It could happen with the old system. It can happen with the new system. To date, they have not needed that. When we implemented this, we did reach out to them, and we do have a meeting set up later this month to talk through what their options are and the best option for them based upon their needs, which is a mix of visitation and staff needs. So I did want to mention that. One of you shared that as a question. There was a question about the parking advisory panel, which used to be in existence. It was created in 2016 when we did a parking meter, on-street meter pilot. And the goal was to kind of provide advice to staff and others as that was being implemented. That pilot ended in 2018. The Parking Advisory Panel, which was a group of 6 folks appointed by council at that time, continue to meet, and we continue to engage them in things, although they started to feel less useful. And then in 2020, council reworked all of its boards and commissions and essentially moved that one to a staff advisory level and as opposed to a council advisory level, I suppose. And then no further appointments were being made to the group. So the group kind of unanimously agreed amongst themselves that they didn't feel as useful as they once were. And it was late 2023 when they decided to sunset the panel. There was a letter that was written and communicated to the city manager at that time that stated such, and something of that nature could be revived at any time if it was the desire of council. But that's in a nutshell what happened with the Parking Advisory Panel, which did exist for some time but has not met and has had no new appointments since probably 2020. They did continue to meet until late 23, but there's been no appointments since that reorganization period occurred. I think those were the basic questions. So yeah, there are other options as we've tried to share with folks. There are 30 parking spaces right outside this building that are free 2-hour spaces. The 63 spaces that I mentioned across the street are free and available to the public after 6 every day and all day on weekends. The West 2nd parking lot, which is a surface lot that's owned by the city off of Water Street, has 105 spaces. Nothing has changed with how it operates. It has 2 payment kiosks at either corner, and that is still available. Put a credit card in, put your information, and that hasn't changed. There are also, within the downtown area, about 1,000 parking spaces within a couple block radius of the downtown mall that are, as we all know, free 2-hour limited spaces. So there are other options for folks if they wish, other options besides the garages. So I think those were the highlights of the questions that we had captured. I'm sure you have others, so I'll pause and
That was very comprehensive. Did I hear you to say that there was actually a committee that was sunsetted?
Yes.
I never heard that before. It's like, anyone knows, that's good. That's good news. So.
Yes.
Michael, do you have any questions or?
Yeah, I'll try not to be too long, and I'll just begin. If nothing else, I think this is one of the few times Albemarle supervisors, activists, downtown businesses, and Charlottesville residents have all been in agreement. So, if nothing else, that's happened. But I will just say, I think it's a bad system. I think after the community had such concerns about automatic license plate readers, Flock, Peregrine, to implement this is just on the part of city government or hypocrisy, and I think hard to defend. And I think it's a system that just makes people's lives marginally worse, sacrifices their data, and doesn't provide them a benefit. It just advances private equity profit. and the business model is very new and explicit of establishing a nationwide monopoly in parking management using AI to mass surveil customers and then monetizing it. A few questions. So this is from Metropolis directly. Data collected includes vehicle type, time, location of entry, what kind of device is used to scan QR codes, biometric information of passengers, bank information, debit card information. In other categories, Metropolis will not delete the data. Quote, we may keep personal information for as long as necessary to achieve the purpose for which it was collected, our business needs, and any other purpose permitted under law. Is that kind of privacy concern something that factors into how the city makes decisions around which technologies to implement?
I would think so. That was a lot there. Their policy is hard to decipher, and it kind of flips over on itself a few times. So I think there's language in there, as you found, like that. There's also a section where you can opt out and have your data deleted. I haven't been through the whole thing word for word, but I've asked the specific questions that we've heard, of which you're reflecting in your concern, and they shared the link again where you go to opt out. So I can't speak for their whole policy. I don't.
Yeah, well, and obviously, they're very explicit. The business model, which they call the recognition economy, is, monetizing surveillance data. The other question, you mentioned it, they're also in several class action lawsuits, including several led by attorney generals around improperly accessing personal DMV information and improperly charging people, either charging the wrong vehicle because the AI system misidentified it, or someone parked for 2 hours, it charges them for 10 hours. Is that kind of concern about consumer rights factored into how the city makes decisions around technology we implement?
Yeah, and as I said, I think our experience with the local operators has been they've been quick to rectify any known issues, and they're stand willing and ready to do that as needed. It's not a perfect system. It will probably, and in fact, within the first several days, there was a joint license plate from another state that was the same digits, if you can believe it. But so they're quick to rectify those situations when they come up. So to some extent, those can be remedied pretty quickly.
And final two questions. First, in 2018, we spent $350,000 on a new technology system in the parking garage. At the time, moving away from parking attendants, the argument was this would modernize the system, save money. Within 5 years, it started to break, and you said it reached the end of its life. How does a $350,000 system reach the end of its life in 5 years for ticketing?
Well, it's not really a tech solution or a technology solution. It's more of a hardware, and the hardware is what I understand, the thermal imaging printers that spit out the tickets. Got a lot of use. These two garages get a lot of use. And the company was not great with maintenance, and that we realized that pretty early on in the situation, and couldn't do anything about it for some time. But as soon as we were able, and this technology is moving quickly, able to identify something that's a little more cost-effective and hopefully longer lasting, thought it only made sense to begin to modernize the whole system at that point. But the older system, and even the system before that, was very hardware intensive, large refrigerator-sized units, and the two facilities between them have 14 gates. So each gate had to have one of those units. So if each unit costs a certain amount, you can start to see the costs, how they add up pretty quickly. So this is it's a different model.
And certainly as Metropolis establishes a national monopoly, they'll have a lot of leverage to do similar things of delaying maintenance, putting costs onto localities. Final question, how much do we pay Metropolis annually for this service?
Yeah, so they have a management fee that is $40,000 a year for the management fee. Their costs are reimbursed, so their staffing costs, and equipment costs and things of that nature, which, as I mentioned previously, is the typical arrangement in one of these type of operations. But they get a management fee, and that management fee is $40,000 currently. And it
So-
escalates a little bit every year per the contract.
Okay, thank you.
Natalie?
Thanks. So, delving first into the parking history, you mentioned the parking advisory panel was created in 2016 for the pilot program, which ended in 2018. When did the pilot program start?
2017.
How many months was it in effect for?
It was about 90 days. It was supposed to be a 6-month pilot, but it did end quickly in conjunction with other events happening that time frame. Yes.
Okay, thanks. If someone has the app but drives different cars, are they able to register multiple license plates?
Yes. Yes, they are.
Okay.
It's very easy to do. You can do rental cars as well.
And you might have said this, but I missed it. The data that they collect, they say is only for the parking process. How long do they store that data on their end?
I think there's language that says as long as they need to. I've also asked that question, and I've heard 90 days. So, like I said, I can't specifically say, but every time I ask the question, it's for the parking session. I don't know how valuable it is much longer after that. There's a period of time that they have to keep it, such as if there's a refund or some dispute. But that's why I think the language is as long as they need it for the purpose, which is to facilitate the parking session.
Another thing is that they noted. Again, you gave a pretty thorough and detailed history of how we got to this system. Forgive me if I missed this as well, but did they have to go, they bought SP
Yes.
Plus, which we were already using?
Yes.
So they didn't go through like a standard procurement process, an RFP?
SP Plus did.
SP Plus had done,
And then
but Metropolis didn't.
acquired SP
So
Plus.
was there an opportunity for us to pick a different system at any point?
Well, we're in the contract with SP Plus currently, so when that runs out, there will be.
There will be,
for-
okay.
For sure.
Because one of my questions was how come, knowing that we maybe wanted to go into a different system, why didn't we pick one that was already in place in Charlottesville, like Park Mobile, which people already have on their phones? And
Yes.
what would that have looked like?
That's a good question. Park Mobile is a system that is around Charlottesville in a couple of spots, and it's prevalent on the East Coast. It's not really suited for a municipal system like we have that has validation accounts, monthly parkers, transient parkers, enterprise parkers. There's a whole back end to billing and receiving and all of that that happens with those type of users that Park Mobile is not really in that space. They're in the space of on-street. It works well, and in certain like surface lot situations or smaller garages that are all transient but not kind of the combination that we have. So I don't know. They certainly didn't respond to our RFP, which is one signal, but I don't.
So we did issue an RFP? The original one with SP Plus?
Yes,
you mean? Got
yes.
it.
We've issued multiple. Each of these transitions had an RFP process with them. Sorry if I wasn't clear about that each time, but they did not respond. I don't think they've ever responded to one of ours. They probably would answer that question in a similar way, where they don't see themselves as a true parking garage operator. They have a technology that they use for on-street and some surface lot situations that people like and can use. It's a similar kind of a theory to Metropolis, whereby if you're registered with Park Mobile, you can use it in Charlottesville, you can use it in Richmond, you can use it in DC, you can use it wherever it's used. That's a common kind of theme there, but I don't think they see themselves as a true operator.
Okay. And then when is the SP Plus contract over?
It started in '24, it's 5 years, so '29, middle of 2029.
And that's when we'd be able to kind of reevaluate?
Yes, and it would actually start prior to that. The process typically takes about 6 months to do, issue, and receive, review, and award an RFP. contract.
Okay, thank you very much.
So, I'm trying to figure out what the cost structure of this contract is. So we're paying them $40,000 a year plus something additional towards their costs.
Their costs are reimbursed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we are receiving the fees that they bill?
Correct.
And collect?
We receive all the parking fees, so every time, yeah.
If somebody, do we have any sense of how that's going to balance out? Are we going to be making a profit or paying money?
The garages themselves are profitable. The enterprise fund, which is where everything goes along with some other funds, is basically break even. And it was
The
profitable.
parking enterprise fund.
The parking enterprise fund, correct. It was profitable pre-COVID and pre-Water Street parking garage rent reset, which some
Right.
of you will recall, which raised our rent costs considerably.
Right.
So the parking enterprise fund is break even to maybe losing just a little bit, but trying to get back to at least break even. But the two garages in and of themselves take away the rent piece for Water Street, which is a unique piece of it, are profitable, yes.
I mean, I'm frankly not concerned about it and whether or not it's a profit center. I just don't want it to be a loss center.
We're trying very hard to prevent it from being a loss center. There is a small balance in the parking enterprise fund, small, 2.5 million, something like that. It was building up prior to COVID pretty nicely. COVID obviously put a significant damper on it, and then the additional burden of the increased rent that we have at Water Street.
So, just sort of by way of history, my recollection is that we had installed the new parking meters either like a few days before August 11th or a few days after August 11th. And the downtown merchants were so upset about all of the events of August 11th, and they were saying, nobody's going to want to come down to Charlottesville and deal with all of that baggage and deal with the new parking meter system. And within a month or so, we had removed those meters again. Do I understand that we still have them in storage?
No, we do not.
Okay.
Fortunately.
We had them for a couple of years, didn't we?
No, fortunately, we leased those
Oh.
at that time, and they went straight back to the company once they were taken out.
Oh,
But
good.
you're correct in your memory. They started September 1 of 2017, and by Thanksgiving, they were turned off and taken out shortly
Yeah.
thereafter. It was supposed to be a 6-month pilot. We didn't get our full 6 months of trial.
And I believe they decided to vote again after a year, but then that vote never came back on the agenda to reinstate.
There was talk about doing that. It never did come back. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. So, I am not, I'm not super paranoid about the notion of a license plate reader, but I am paranoid about where the data is stored and who has access to the data as it's stored. Do you know, is there a central set of servers that they maintain nationally, or
There are, as best I understand it, it's probably Amazon Web Services. Some of their security documents reference that. They've let me look at those. So I imagine they have a rather large kind of contract with them.
Do you know if, and obviously I've got a, Metropolis for Market Street knows me because I parked there because of my business. If I go and park in a different Metropolis parking garage, for example, park on Water Street, does it recognize me and bill me separately? Am I good for whatever, either of the two parking garages, or?
You're only good for Market Street with your monthly payment. If you go to Water Street, it'll ask you to sign up like a transient user. You'll put in a separate card, or you'll put in a card, and it'll bill you the $2 on the way out.
So Metropolis is all over the country. you know, at least in half of the states, probably at least. Just picking a hypothetical, I don't know whether Metropolis is in Minneapolis. Let's assume for the purposes of this question that they are. If I go into a parking garage, a Metropolis parking garage in Minneapolis, is it going to recognize me as being somebody that Metropolis has a relationship with someplace?
Yes.
But you'd have to register.
If you're
in a
registered.
rental car, you would have to register that rental car to your
Yeah.
account.
But if I've driven there, they see my same license plate number.
They'll know your phone and credit card, and they'll have a individual profile of you regardless. But
Like if you used Veo in another city.
Yes, it's the same concept. It's like logging in to order something from Amazon from a different computer.
Yeah.
You know, they're,
So this gets to the question of who's got access to the data. And if we assume that the only purpose for which data will ever be used is to try to figure out how to charge somebody for parking, number one, I think that's hopelessly naive. And number two, I don't think it likely, I mean, certainly in the current political realities, I would have no confidence whatsoever that that would in fact happen. So I'm concerned about the data security, the data privacy, the big brother aspect of it all. And I don't know if there is a way to modify a contract with somebody like Metropolis so as to, even if they were willing to do it, so as to be able to minimize some of those downside risks.
I don't know either. All I can say is that they have shared with us all their security measures. All the federal, state, and local laws apply. In some ways, it's not that different, minus the license plate, than any other electronic transaction that we have fairly regularly in terms of where the data goes and lives and all of that. So there's some, for some people, that is helpful to think of it from that perspective. For others, not so much. I understand.
I guess I'm thinking about whether this really represents a significant step forward or backwards, a significant step either way, in terms of privacy and being able to track me. I guess that if they can track where I know that the credit card companies can, because I frequently get calls saying, hey, you just charged something in California and here you are in Virginia, what gives? Where's the fraud? I guess I'm trying to decide in my own mind whether I think that degree of integration of data and sort of feedback loops within that data is significantly different from what we've already come to live with credit cards.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. I had very similar questions to Michael and Natalie and concerns about where that data is living. And did we have any opportunity to end the contract with this buyout? Did they say we're moving to Metropolis and you have 30 days to change your mind, or do we get any out?
No. They just moved to kind of merge the processes and technology of the company. I will tell you that SP Plus had a very similar technology to Metropolis using camera. It was called Sphere, and that was implemented in a number of places, and they're sunsetting that. They're no longer putting that out there or building on it, and their Metropolis technology is the chosen one in terms of it is deemed to be more proficient and better at doing that job. So a lot of times these tech companies compete until they don't, because they realize one has a better version than the other, and they either merge or one acquires the other. I think that's probably what happened in this case.
And are they compensating us for having to put in a cash and card? Is that their software that's
No,
using that?
we're paying for that. That's an addition. That's a convenience. The system works as I described. Obviously, there are concerns, which are legitimate. This is a supplemental system that they'll actually have a little bit more work to do on their end to rectify the two systems, to make them work simultaneously, but we will pay for the 2 additional kiosks to be placed.
And if, between now and the end of the contract, some egregious, something happens where we are absolutely must get rid of Metropolis, it's all their equipment, and it's not changed over to anything else, right?
Correct. The equipment, and it's kind of hard to say that word, it's literally 12 cameras and a couple of LTE boxes that connect the things, excuse me. So it's not the traditional equipment as I described earlier, but yes, they own that, and if we go with somebody else, if it has any value, they would take it. If it didn't, they would probably want to leave it, but it might not be useful without the software, which is kind of their secret sauce, so to speak, on some level.
Okay, and my last question is, if someone's disputing a charge, what seems to be a problem with Metropolis, how can we verify that?
The easiest thing to do is to contact the local office, which is located in Market Street Garage. There's a phone number, email, all of this is on our website, Charlottesville/parking, and just contact anybody there. The operations manager is the best person. But like I said, I've watched them issue refunds in real time when they realize there's a problem. So if people are having that, and like I said, it did happen on the first day, one of the rates was in wrong at Water Street, and they proactively rectified the ones they saw, and then they went back to the other 2 that they didn't capture and did refunds on the spot. So they will do that. And if folks are having that challenge, they should contact them.
But we don't have any way to audit how that happens.
How many refunds?
Yeah.
We haven't gotten that far, but I'm sure there's a trail of refunds that can be reviewed. We can ask.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any, everything has been covered. All my questions been covered.
Okay.
I have met the operation manager, the young man that's in the, so he's very available and, helpful. So is someone local that they can talk with, so.
Yes, they're there every day.
Sam?
Thank you, Chris. I have additional items, so this is the longest city manager's report of my tenure.
Yeah.
Not this room, you're still ahead. That's for later. Thank you, Chris. I also just want to speak to the issue of this parking management system. This is challenging in addressing a need. There have been many complaints about interfacing with the parking garage. This was viewed as a way to do it better. I recognize that the challenge of technology is a bit problematic, and we've been in that conversation. I think it is regrettable, and Chris and I both acknowledge that we both probably should have thought about this a little bit more and made sure that we thought about when to roll it out as well as how to roll it out. My leadership team knows that public engagement has been a bigger conversation, a bigger priority for me as we're working to even revamp our communications and public engagement team so that we ensure we don't miss steps. I don't know that having gone through the perfect rollout would have changed where we are today. So again, just acknowledging that for where it is, because I don't tend to shy away from, if it's uncomfortable, it's just a part of the process for me. And this has been uncomfortable. But I'll acknowledge that we're continuing to look at ways to make this easier, identify options so that no one is forced to do anything that they don't want to do. And that is the main reason for adding the feature of being able to get the kiosk in place so that people can use that version, which they're more accustomed to using, and not have to deal with the other. And we will continue to monitor the situation because I think I'm obligated to do that, and that's what a responsible leadership team would do. Beyond that, I do have individuals new faces in the room that I wanted to introduce. Evan Pilichowski is in the gallery here. He started today as our new assistant city manager. Evan's Port, I'm sorry. What did you say?
Oh, it said welcome.
Welcome. So Evan has moved here from Manatee, Florida. He takes on the responsibility of oversight of the IT, Parks and Rec, Public Works, and Utilities departments. And he's had a long day, a long first day.
How does Parks and Rec get thrown in with those?
Those are operations. It fits. There's a natural overlap.
IT, Utilities, and Parks and Rec.
And Public Works.
Oh.
Yeah. There's a natural overlap in project management across those, so that speaks to it as well. And Evan has been a department manager himself, and that's exactly what I was looking for in that experience. So you'll see.
Struck me as an unusual combination.
The next one will be just as unusual to you, so that's fine.
Did we get him a Charlottesville beanie to keep him warm coming up from Florida in the middle
We
of the
talked about that today. He wanted to ask me, when do you adjust to the weather change, and I told him, you don't. But he likes it more than I'd like it, so he'll probably adjust before I would. Also, I want to introduce Abigail Matthew Wade. I left out the Matthew part before, so we had to distinguish the fact that there's no relation between yourself and the mayor. But Abigail joins us today as well. She will serve as the Economic Mobility Officer. It's a new role for the city. This role was primarily funded by ICMA, the International City County Management Association. Charlottesville was selected based on our clearly identified equity priorities as a local government. And Abigail will represent us in a cohort with peers from other cities doing this same work. And I will continue to speak to that while I have made changes to the approach that we take in doing the equity work, regardless of the titles that I use, the work is the work, and that's what matters. It's really about what efforts are we really engaged in. And Abigail's efforts will continue to explore opportunity and access work to build wealth in low-income households. So she will hit the ground running as soon as we get her comfortable with what that means. She's going to be out and about in the community helping us to build out what is a solid framework for how we build wealth in our communities that remain challenged in our community as a whole. So welcome, Abigail, to the team. Also, a couple of reminders to the public that City Council will have a retreat this Friday, January 9th. It'll be at the Hillsdale Conference Center from 9 to 4. I know. It will be broadcast live for those of you that want to watch, and we will post it afterwards as well. And next week, with all great enjoyment for those who like to come and talk about money, like I do, my series of community budget sessions will be held Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday next week. That's new. We're doing it from 6 to 8 p.m. on each of those nights. City Space on the 13th, the Walker Cafeteria on the 14th, and the CMS Cafeteria on the 15th. This is an opportunity for anyone interested in being able to engage with the city's process for developing its fiscal year budget. We're engaging through the use of monopoly money, give you a chance to spend money so that you can get to feel what it's like. And I will show you very quickly it is no fun. Because you have hard decisions, you have choices, you have options, you have tensions, you have trade-offs, and you never have enough money to do everything that you want to do. So we are inviting the community to join us in engaging in that very important process of looking at council strategic priorities, what we value and what we appreciate as needs that relate to our own personal choices and desires, and the limited resources that we have available for how we go about using what we have to make the biggest impact that we possibly can, and we come back next year and try to do it all over again. So we're going to do that 3 nights next week, and I hope folks will come and enjoy the fun of playing with Monopoly money and not playing me in a game of Monopoly. So I'll end that as my report.
Thank you. Thank you. We're now going to the action items. So a resolution to establish the days and times of our regular meetings for the 26 calendar year. So we had talked from time to time about maybe not meeting the first Wednesday, the first Monday in July, kind of giving it off. But Sam, would that cause any type of hardship, kind of ending up the fiscal year or next meeting?
No, there's no specific matter that is associated with the end of the fiscal year and opening of the fiscal year. So we don't foresee that as something that would prevent you from choosing to not have a first meeting in July. What we have done differently in the more recent years is we've been able to manage the agenda in a way that we have tended to be able to bring you a set of action items that we think you can conduct your business in a reasonable period of time, knowing that the public is watching and they need to remain engaged in the process for those that want to. And my goal has been to not require you to be here until 10 o'clock because I know that that becomes a challenge for the public to participate. We can make adjustments. We've shifted how we allow staff to add items to the agenda for consideration. They're having to do it further in advance, which is not always a popular thing, but it is a good process thing for us. And for that, I think we could always manage the idea that there is no July 1st meeting or whatever the first date is. I think that's pretty fine for us to do.
So did we want to have, we have the list of the kind of the first and the third Mondays of the year, of this year, and with some dates change, like, holidays. Are there any changes to this, to take out to July the 6th or any other changes? Entertain a motion or discussion?
I'd like to make a motion to remove the July 6th meeting.
I would support that as well, yeah, it's kind of.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I'd support that.
Okay.
I don't feel super strongly on it.
Okay, yeah.
I can see the need on both sides to give staff a break, but to also
Yeah.
get stuff done. And, if we can manage the schedule outside of that, fine. If there's a last minute need for it, I'll show up.
Yeah.
So I
we,
would move adoption of the calendar with the.
With that amendment.
The July, first July meeting removed.
Which is July 6th.
is there a second?
I'll second it as amended.
Okay, any further discussion?
Nope.
If not, we can take a vote or do it electronically.
Should I just? All right. Thank you. Oh, good.
It took me a
Normally,
couple
I'm
of
the
months.
one.
I know.
Although this has been the most successful electronic voting meeting we've had, I think, in a while.
Yeah. The motion passes 5-0. The next item is a resolution approving, authorizing the acceptance and installation of a city-sponsored commemorative display recognizing the 100th anniversary of Jefferson High School. Stephen King will present. Yeah.
His first time in front of you.
Yeah.
Yes, Mayor Wade, members of council, it is a pleasure to come before you here on my 90th day on the job as assistant to the city manager. Also, very happy to come to you on behalf of the resolution to commemorate the 100th anniversary of the Jefferson School. Next slide. Again, for you all, many of you are lifelong residents or long-term residents, so you may already be familiar, but I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge the historical significance of the Jefferson School. As you can see, as it's displayed, the school was originally founded in 1926. Although it was founded in 1926, its origins trace all the way back to the Freedmen Bureau in 1865, where it then eventually became the Jefferson Colored Graded School in 1894. Again, many of the students played a critical role in the desegregation of schools here in the state of Virginia, as well as this school was one of 10 schools in the state that was a high school where black students could be educated. Many of the students went on to play prominent roles in education, and the school is now the site of the Jefferson School African American History Heritage Center. While I cannot do the school's history and significance justice, if you do have additional questions, I do have Dr. Douglas here as well, should you have additional questions. Next slide. As for what the resolution that is being presented to council is it would be a city-sponsored commemorative display That would be on designated poles along Main Street. This would be a year-long commemoration that would run the entirety of the year of 2026 through 2027. As for what will be displayed, the intent is to feature students of the school as well as potential community member sponsors as well. And again, the city would have the ability to be to ensure that the content placement and maintenance is adequate to council's needs. With that being said, I will turn it all over to you all for any questions you might have.
Yeah, I love that picture. It's great. Ms. Fletcher, do you have any questions or comments?
Yeah, I think this is a great way to celebrate the school and its history, and I think it'll look great going down the street as well. Is what's the process of determining the look and feel of these, and the sponsors, et cetera?
So some of that I may defer to Dr. Douglas, but we've been working with Dr. Douglas since October on this potential project. Again, she's presented some mock-ups of the images that would be presented, and she's actively been working with community sponsors that could help cover the cost. I will say that it has been a process. The original intent was to display these from light poles. We ultimately determined that the light poles could not adequately carry the weight of the banners, especially for the duration of the commemoration. So we've been working with her and her team on those implications to try to still find something that honors the vision of that. But I'm happy, again, if you have anything else you wanted to maybe add.
Yeah. Let me give a little check.
Go, Jim.
So February 20th is not really a well-known date for the opening of the Jefferson School. In fact, the way we arrived at this date was as a consequence of an article that was published in the Daily Progress that came out in March. Most people have assumed that, the school opened in September because that's when schools open, but that's not, in fact, the case. 1 month after the opening of the Jefferson High School, the Public Assemblage Act comes into it becomes Virginia law. And Public Assemblage Act in 1926 is the law that codifies the ways in which blacks and whites can occupy public space. So we're not only just commemorating the idea that this is the African American high school, but we're also talking about the ways in which this high school then becomes essential to the community itself, because it becomes the community gathering space. And so where these banners are located on West Main is essentially what has also been described as a historic corridor. So it's between 8th Street, so encompassing First Baptist as one parenthesis and going down to 4th Street as the other parenthetical. So if you think about Charlottesville and what we're doing for Virginia 250, for what is happening for the downtown mall, you've already got your banners up for that. This allows us to really extend for the city and its visitors a really broader notion of the history of place, and moves it not just as a conversation on the mall, but also a conversation that links and creates the kind of corridors that you're all always interested in doing anyway. The images are coming directly from the Jefferson School yearbooks, right? So we have yearbooks from 1940 through 1950. So most of those images will be of students, and it will be taken directly out of the yearbooks. So it's a nice little vignette of history. And then in terms of the material, we've been looking at material. I've got to be honest, I wish they were on the light poles. I've come to terms.
Since they're pictured on the light poles in this...
Well, that was a mock-up that we had just to give you a sense of how they would exist in space.
That's her picture.
Is that you?
No.
No, I mean.
That's from the Halsinger collection.
Yeah, so
Of a woman
what do we
who-
have to work with? What do we have to work with? I mean,
So,
Hopefully
working with
something
our
good.
Public Works team, what we've determined is a 12-foot pole that will be added to the sidewalk that will then have the appropriate banner equipment or hanging equipment for them to still be displayed at 12 feet. And so they'll be still close in proximity to the light bulb, but just not hanging directly.
and not
In the right way.
infringe on
No.
ADA accessibility on the sidewalks.
Correct.
That's for the height, that's why the 12 feet matters.
That as well as the space that these poles occupy are pretty small. They just do the installation is quite simple, is how it's been explained.
Okay.
Pretty minimal in terms of what it will do to the landscape.
Great.
And the other part that's important about it is the fabric that we're going to use. If you've been to the X Park and you've seen the way those banners
Banners, animals and things.
hang
yeah.
the animals, it's the same thing. So we're working with Sir Speedy, and they have said to us that that material is porous, and so the notion that they will hang for a year that's the consideration of the kind of material that we're using, giving it, because I think the issue really is wind as well.
Yeah.
In that corridor.
You don't
and
want it
so
to fray.
Yeah, so this will allow for the wind to come through and therefore less burdensome on the actual overall structure. What you're also looking at is, so we're hoping that those banners go up on the 20th. We've been told that that's possible. It's Black History Month, so that's one good thing, but it's also allowing us to have the celebration on the 20th. And so it's sort of, so my point is that the logo that you're looking at is from the Doyle. Each one of these banners, as was mentioned, we're using them as fundraiser because the event on the 20th, we'd like to have it free and open to the entire community. We're also giving a reflector award on that day, and we're giving it to someone who is relevant to the anniversary. Don't want to say who it is yet, so, but it's, yeah. So it's a really big opportunity for all of us to create something that shows the importance of that school in a place where, the Jefferson School is one block over, and so this gives us recognition on a main corridor.
Thank you.
Yeah. So the installation sounds pretty easy to do, and we got about 6 weeks. So, yeah.
We were told that they could be made in a week and put up in a week.
Oh.
And how many of them will there be?
20. Okay.
And I would just add, I think obviously this is a positive thing. I hope with the 100th anniversary, the city also maybe returns to some discussions around, Vinegar Hill Monument. I don't know if that ship has sailed, but that opportunity, as well as clarity and decision on how we'll approach the Swords into Plowshares project, as well as just public art in the future of Lee Park, Market Street Park, Court Square Park. I think those are just some other unresolved big questions around, memorialization in public history.
And I just want to clarify that you're going to primarily get the pictures from the yearbooks or maybe some collections that you have at. Yeah.
I mean, it's mostly because it's the high school, we'll be using images from the yearbooks. The high school is in that building only until 1951. And so the imaging of those things should come from the yearbook.
Yeah.
I've got a quick question, just to clarify. So there are sponsorship levels, one of them's noted in our packet, but then it's a city-sponsored installation, so that means the city's paying for the installation and then the sponsorships are going to the Jeff School.
Yes.
Correct.
But it's to pay for the celebration.
Mhm.
So it's not really a fundraiser necessarily for the Jeff School.
Yeah.
It's to make sure that we can have as much members of the community for free at the celebration.
Yeah, great.
Good. The Jefferson, I guess, Foundation had an announcement today of their new leadership change and things there, so it's a lot of good information coming from Jefferson School and the Heritage Center. So, thank you. Thank you. So, do we have to take action on this, right?
Mr. Mayor, I move the resolution.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, we will vote electronically if there's no further discussion. Okay, motion passes 5-0. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
You were here for the 4 o'clock, so you put in your eyes.
I tried to help her out.
Take overtime out of petty cash.
The next item we have to do is, as we have part of our reorganization meetings, we have a lot of committees and things that we sit on, in addition to meeting twice a month. So we have a long list, and that some of them we're on, others we may be new. So we'll just kind of go down the list, and those who are interested, if you can just chime in. The first one is that you think that's the best way to do
Sure.
it?
Yeah, or we could read the assignments from the columns.
Yeah, you want to do that?
No, I'm happy
Okay.
to. Yeah. Okay. For the Charlottesville Redevelopment and Housing Authority Board, Councilor Payne. The Historic Resources Committee, Councilor Snook. The Housing Advisory Committee, Councilor Payne. Legislative Committee, Snook and Oshrin. And
You're
then,
not showing a lot of commitment.
sorry, well, I realized I hadn't put my X in there. It's in there now. Minority Business Commission, Mayor Wade. Retirement Commission, Mayor Wade. School Capital Projects, Councilor Snook and me. Social Services Advisory Board, Councilor Fleischer. Albemarle County Regional Jail Authority Board, Councilor Snook. Charlottesville-Albemarle Convention and Visitors Bureau, Mayor Wade. Charlottesville-Albemarle Regional Transit Authority, Councilor Fleischer and me. Charlottesville Community Scholarship Program, me. And then Dardentown Memorial Park Committee, Councilors Fleischer and Snook. Jefferson Area Board for Aging, Board of Directors, Mayor Wade. Jefferson Area Community Criminal Justice Board, Councilor Fleischer. Local Energy Alliance Program Governance Board, Councilor Payne. Metropolitan Planning Organization, Councilor Fleischer and me. Piedmont Housing Alliance is on hold until there's an invitation. Regional Housing Partnership, Councilor Payne. Ravenna River Basin Commission, Councilors Fleischer and Snook. Ravenna Solid Waste Authority, Councilor Snook. Ravenna Water and Sewer Authority, Councilor Snook. Thomas Jefferson District Planning Commission, or did you want to check this box too? Okay, Councilors Snook and Fleischer.
Wait.
Oh, wait.
Well, Jen had it marked on there, but did you?
No, maybe.
I think we said two
can serve on it, yeah.
Two can serve?
Yeah.
Okay. Virginia Career Works, Piedmont Region, Mayor Wade. Virginia First Cities, Mayor Wade with Councilor Snook as an alternate.
I think that sounds good to me.
I note that we had, see, on Regional Housing Partnership, Councilor Payne would be the member, as he is now. I've been an alternate. Is there a need to have an alternate to that, do you think?
I think if anyone's interested in being on it, then sure. I don't think, if no one's interested, I don't know.
It has an asterisk noting alternate appointee is required, so would you like to be that alternate.
I'm willing to be, if somebody else wants to really get a lot of education about regional housing, that would be a great opportunity, but you know, I'm willing to do it if nobody else is. Sounds like nobody else is.
Well, I was just checking the calendar. I will be able to do that.
You want to do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
And the only one, and I will certainly survive if you want to stay on it. I would be interested in staying on the Rivanna River Basin Commission, but I don't know how much, Lloyd, you would like to stay on it.
Well, that's a 2-member.
Correct.
Yeah. Oh, I see. You and, if you'd like to be on it, that's fine.
You sure?
Yeah.
Then that's the only
Okay.
one.
That has been updated on the chart.
Okay. So would someone like to make a motion with the, all of the,
I move that city council members be appointed to boards and commissions as outlined in the previous discussion and noted on our chart.
yeah. So, can I get a second?
Second.
Before we vote, we can send it to you, Max and Keena, but did y'all have any questions or anything? Okay. Thank you.
I think the one, TJPDC, there had previously been maybe a planning commissioner that was on there. Is this is taking the place of that?
Yeah, I think that they have, the city or other localities have, other localities have 2 elected officials. Is that what I understand?
Almost all of them. We've been, for a period, we were usually the only locality where it wasn't 2 electeds.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So we'll be going to 2 electeds, and that would be Councilor Fleischer and me. Is that?
Or, I was interested in staying on it.
I'll
Okay.
defer.
Yep. So Payne and Fletcher.
For the TJPDC?
For TJPDC.
Yeah.
Cool. All right.
Okay, so, with that change or with that, so I think we're prepared to vote?
Yep.
Councilors, as the parliamentarian, since you've just now amended the previous motion, you need to have a new motion and second.
I move that city council members be appointed to boards and commissions as we outlined in the previous discussion.
Second.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So the motion, so we'll begin our duties probably, tomorrow, yes, already. Thank you all so much. It's so much more than the time we come to this meeting. I think most of us put in at least 20 hours a week, and some of us more, but that's what we signed up for. The next item, so we're now at the item for the second community matters.
Nope.
Well, general business
11.
report to discuss the investment of the housing development project of all cycle funding requests.
You want to go home, I understand.
No.
So this evening, what I am doing for you is providing a report, which is a 2-part report, FY27 request for information, which is a part of our notice of funding availability round. That is the city's competitive grant making, as well as second quarter off-cycle requests, because that has become a part of our process for the notion that individual organizations may have a need to submit something for consideration outside of our deadlines, and to not then allow or force council to be unable to respond. We decided that every quarter I would bring to you any of those requests for your consideration. It is important at this time that in framing this, I'm bringing these items to you, knowing that I am deep in the process of working with our team to put together our FY27 budget, and I assure you it is painful to do that at this present moment of how hard it is to make the numbers work.
while I'm also talking to you about maybe you want to spend money on this or that. And I can see her eyes in the back of my head right now. Ms. Hamill is wondering, what are you all about to do to that process? So first, we'll just take the FY27 request for information. This is just a snapshot of what our notice of funding availability looks like. These are all the different funding programs that the city offers today, available for response based on a deadline, an application period, where funding is available usually July 1st of the next fiscal year. So we're anticipating what these expenditures are going to be, and these are part of the next year's budget. These items are all a part of our normal vernacular of what our nonprofit organizations and other parties who are a partner with the organization, with the city organization, are understanding the process to be. That last section, the request for information, is something that we added a few years back. It was an opportunity for us to formalize the moment where if a local developer was going to be doing a housing development, especially with affordable housing integrated into that, we wanted to be able to hear that as the city organization because it is such a high priority. It does not have funding identified. As you see, TBD is there, so they are submitting this information without any expectation of funding. They are invited to identify a request for funding so that we have some sense of what it is that they're looking for us to do, and then we give them an opportunity to do that within an application period, and it goes under review, and then that review is why it then comes forward to you. And this is an annual process, an annual step in our process for bringing the results of this particular activity to your attention. This year's RFI submissions produced 3 applications. I shared these with you last month in the affordable housing budget brief, just to give you a preview of the idea that what was coming to you was an ask, and that is the ask submitted by these 3 developer parties who are identifying for you affordable housing units that they are planning to produce at different AMI levels. And then the staff has taken a look at their packages, the performance that they put together. That link was provided by me to each of you to give you a chance to go on the city's website where you can then go and take a look at those packages and understand them to whatever degree you were interested in. But we wanted to also identify for you that staff took a look at all of these, and we formed one single recommendation of, if you're going to consider a place to go, the community services housing application of $900,000 is one that we would say that we are supportive of because the AMI levels are 60% and below. And as you recognize from some of the work that we've done to evaluate what our impact has been on the work that we're trying to achieve in the providing of more affordable housing units, that's the area where we struggle. 30% even is an area where we struggle, but the 60% and below is where we need more units. We absolutely need more units in our community, and this particular application connects there. The middle one, while it is an interesting opportunity to produce 192 units, and the request is $1.75 million, it does not sufficiently capture the AMI targets because 108 of those units are at 80% AMI, and 19 and 46 being 120% and above. That is not to take a knock at 80% AMI in this community that is expensive. 80% is still a struggle for some. And the point that we make in pointing this out to you is that because these are higher number of units in those higher areas is why we look at this as a trade-off in confirming what it is that you might be able to handle and or afford in the making of your budget. Because anything that you add at this time is just going to add a little more work for us because it does come at additional cost beyond where we are today and trying to close the gap in the budget. And then the last option is the Preservation of Affordable Housing Project, we refer to as POA. That is the use of UVA donated land for this opportunity to produce 170 units at 60% AMI, which is attractive for hitting that AMI area. But the reason why the staff recommendation does not exist is because we still are looking for you all to provide direction on whether or not you are willing for this city organization to support directly an investment into a UVA project. And that has not been concluded up to this point, so we're not at this time making a recommendation on this matter. What I'm looking for you to do for us this evening is to identify for us if you are aligned with the staff recommendation and want us to bring forward an action item to make that so. If you have further questions that you would like to have answered in the form of an action item that we will bring back to you in the next meeting, we can do that as well. But we're definitely interested in understanding from you at this moment, is there anything on this slide that speaks to you as a place of interest that you would like further deliberation? Because that will be our next action. And this is just one step of multiple things that I'm going to share with you. So.
I'll start with you, Lloyd, this time. Any questions?
My first thought as I look at these is I'm trying to figure out what I want a rule of decision to be. Do I want it to be we're willing to subsidize a certain level of affordability at a certain amount of money per unit? If so, is that amount different if we're looking at a 60% unit or a 50% unit or a 40% unit? I think if we buy into the idea that we should be subsidizing these kinds of endeavors, we ought to, I think it would make sense to be able to say, if you all are going to produce 40% AMI units, we're more willing to encourage that with more money of ours than if you're looking at an 80% AMI unit, or 60 or whatever. I don't know what the right numbers are, but it would seem to me that one ought to be able to construct a ladder of, okay, for this we'll give you this, for that we'll give you that, and that would help to make sure that we're comparing apples to apples as much as we can. Again, I don't know what the right answer is, but I'm concerned that looking at for example, the Brick Lane Better Communities project, where they're asking for $1.75 million, and only 19 of those units are going to be at 60% AMI. Again, I'm not quite sure what the right numbers are, but that feels like that's the wrong number. The last one.
It's 10%.
What?
It's 10%.
Well, and they're required no matter what to include those, because that's the inclusionary zoning requirement.
Yeah, and one of the reasons that we were sold, at least one of the reasons that was being argued in favor of including the 10% was supposed to be that if you're only including 10%, the other 90% market rates ought to be able to subsidize that 10%. And yet what we've come down to, the way the projects keep coming to us, is they say, well, fine, we'll build our 90%, but you all have to subsidize the 10%. We're not looking for the other 90% to subsidize the 10%.
Well, this one, instead of doing that, has below market rate units. So it's not, the other 90% are not market rate, they're below market rate. So it's providing lower AMI that's not completely offset by their market rate units.
Yeah, and again, I'm not sure what the right combination of numbers is, but I don't know, that for whatever reason, maybe I need to think more about it, and maybe I need to think more about this concept of some sort of a laddering, but I'm not impressed at the moment with either the second or the third options, whereas the first one with fairly decent AMI numbers, $22,500 per affordable unit, kind of feels like that's more or less in line with where we've been on a lot of other projects. I don't know, I'm just sort of thinking out loud here, but as far as the University of Virginia's component goes, one of the issues I suppose that we always run into in looking at these kinds of projects is there some other fund of money that would be able to perform the subsidy that they're asking us to give them. It certainly seems like there's more likely to be such a sum of money coming from UVA, but I wouldn't reject it out of hand. I guess I sort of feel like my reservation about almost all of these projects is, I don't know who is driving the hard bargain to get down to the lowest number possible, or whether, I mean, as far as I can tell, somebody came up with the notion that the city should come up with $3 million, and they came up with that a couple of years ago, and here we are now being asked for $3 million without really very much understanding of why they need our $3 million.
Well, I wouldn't say that. I think they produced the pro forma. They identify what the total development costs are as part of their package. What they identified, and having been in this world myself, you ultimately just simply break down where your gap is and where your potential sources are and who's most likely to give you what you're looking for. So I'll speak to it from that perspective, not that, because I have not had a conversation with them directly. I stay out of these types of conversations. But I would say that they identified what their need was, and they need to go after low-income housing tax credit, so they need a local contribution of some kind. So it's probably reasonable to say that they chose $3 million because they're satisfied with that checking the box for the points that they're seeking. And I would imagine that that would also apply to Brick Lane if they were going after LIHTC as well.
But does it matter, I know it matters to their bottom line whether they have to put another $1 million of their own money in, but does it adversely affect their low-income housing tax credit application if they get a $2 million contribution instead of a $3 million?
It depends on what the scoring is, and whether or not they could find local funds in a different manner, I would imagine, but I have no way of knowing that for sure. But that is the process. That's what it takes.
Jen, I don't know. You still pondering? You?
What's happening?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Lloyd, are you pondering still?
Oh, no, I'm.
No? Oh, okay. Okay.
I thought you were getting back.
I thought I was done.
Okay.
Just some meditation.
Yeah.
Additional moment of silence.
Jen, I'm sorry.
Thank you. For the community services housing, that seems like a no-brainer. It's my understanding that that was presented in fall 2022, and then it did not get funded?
Yes.
Do you know why that was?
I don't exactly remember. I want to say that our process was not the way that it was supposed to be, where those items came to council, and it may have been made at the staff level to not bring it forward. If I'm remembering correctly, I vaguely remember that being part of the scenario, which is why I changed the process to this, to where we would bring all requests to council and allow you to make that determination of what happens with it.
Great, okay, so nothing glaringly
No,
wrong
there
with it
wasn't.
then.
There was
Okay.
no merit as reason as to why they shouldn't have been considered.
Fantastic. And then, are you ultimately asking us to pick one of these, or that?
No,
Okay.
I'm asking what's your pleasure,
Okay.
and you'll get used to that. That's my favorite type of
Okay.
thing to say to you when I'm looking for you to make a decision. I'm looking for you to help me in helping the team pull together what more do you need to consider an action. Also, because it just popped into my head, I will share with you that none of these projects are what you need to consider in order to meet your $10 million a year 10-year goal in the way of investment. That doesn't mean that you shouldn't do it. I'm just saying that none of this puts you over that. You're already over that. I think what I'm more or less pointing out to you at this time is we received three applications or 3 letters of interest with packets. We reviewed them. They all check the box for what is required for review. And out of that, the staff formed what we believe is a solid opinion on each of those, and one gets a recommendation and the other 2 do not. But we don't make the decision, of course. We bring that to you, because if there were something that you wanted to push back on or for us to take back to these parties, we would do that as well.
Okay, so then I'll jump to 3, because that would be one that I would want to kind of open the door to conversations on, not push back. But I think that location of that building is ideal for you don't need a car to live there. It's a fantastic downtown location. And I've seen UVA raise $1 million over than they need in capital projects before, so I have faith that they can maybe do that here if maybe we contributed. I'd love to know what they are, if there is some flexibility in that request, i.e., could there be a $1.5 million investment and an abatement, or are there algorithms that would, that they could help us reconcile what's needed without us giving the whole $3 million? Could we get lower AMIs?
We can ask that question.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
We could ask that.
And so I would love to see that project go forward because I think it's so ideal, and it does meet our rubric of success, but I would love to see us shake up that number a little bit. And then with Brick Lane, you make a good point. 80% AMI appeals to a lot of people who cannot afford market rate and still gets us some housing, though not at the target that we're seeking the most. That being said, the ask isn't as big as the $3 million. It seems like those units are quite small. Maybe we'll attract, folks we need to get into housing, and I'm not opposed to us moving forward on the middle one, even though it's not ideal. It is hitting some points that we do need to cover. So thank you.
Mm-hmm. Michael?
Yeah, I would say the one that's of most interest to me is community services housing of these three requests. On the conversation of AMI, I know in our adopted affordable housing plan, we have goals for the amount of money we'll spend on each AMI level, with majority going 0 to 30% AMI, then another amount for 30 to 60%, and then the smallest amount for 80% AMI. And I hope we're using that to prioritize what investment decisions we make. I do think with the Brick Lane project, I think the project itself is exciting in terms of converting it from hotel use into apartments. I believe in the information we got, they indicated that even without subsidy, they may pursue the project. It could be higher AMI levels, but the project itself of converting it will happen no matter what. And again, I think the project itself is exciting, but I don't think it would be a good investment for the city at those AMI levels. The 60% would be required no matter what. And because AMI is based on consumer price index, the pandemic, that high period of inflation really screwed up AMI calculations across the country, combined with so many people already pushed out of Charlottesville. So 80% AMI is an income of $100,000 in Charlottesville, and the rent they would charge is $2,400 a month. I don't know if we're at this point, but there are many localities who invested in 80% and 120% AMI, and because the pandemic exploded AMI so much, the rents in those units are actually higher than market rate rents. I don't know if we're at that point, but I would definitely prioritize 50% AMI below, and 50% AMI the number seems low, but I mean, that's still $60,000, $70,000 a year. I mean, those are people who are working for the city. Those are people who are working in public works, parks and rec, teachers, firefighters. In the median black household in Charlottesville is at 50% AMI. White households, that number is over 100% AMI. So again, I just think the lower AMI is where I would target the money. I think the Preservation of Affordable Housing project is it's low AMIs or lower AMIs, and I think there's a lot of good things about the project. Obviously, the challenge is, this is a project UVA pledged to build for affordable housing, and all the cost is going to Charlottesville to pay. And I believe at least the last UVA administration explicitly said they would not commit any money to it. And that was their final decision. So I don't know what to make of that. And I'll say beyond these 3 projects, one thing I'm really thinking about is the fact that Hearthwood's affordability period is going to be ending. That's 200 units, I think over 300 people who live there who are going to be at immediate risk of displacement. And so I think trying to prioritize setting ourselves up to be able to respond to that situation would help us a lot, because I think it would be more cost effective for deeper AMIs to purchase existing naturally occurring affordable housing versus just new construction. But, you know, that's kind of a crisis that we know is coming pretty soon.
And I will say, we remain positioned to be able to address that at the present time using former surplus funds that is now in the CIP contingency. And I continue to manage the use of those funds with the possibility that something like that could happen. That has been the approach that we have used so far, been able to successfully navigate this year, but of course that isn't guaranteed, and because anything could happen.
Natalie?
Hey, thanks. If we didn't grant the 1.75 and the 3 million, what would happen to these projects?
I don't know that we know the answer specifically. I would imagine that, I think the reference to what Brick Lane said is they probably would make the adjustments. I believe that was in the packet. So that's already kind of been indicated, which is usually what anybody would do when they're putting in a request. They wait for an answer and then they come up with their plan, C, D, E, F, G. For POA specifically, Deputy Freeze spent time with them talking about this particular project. I think there is concern that the university has stated clearly where they are on investing directly in the project, but now we've had another administrative change, so we don't know if that changes anything or not. We also don't know if...
And he's a very good fundraiser.
Yeah, we don't know if the seats getting filled on the board will then have a different set of interests in something like this once they get an understanding, but I think those are time-required moments to overcome, and I don't know that that works to this particular schedule, because they have a LIHTC round that's coming up that they would love to probably go after. I don't know that we have that answer. I don't know that we will get that answer, because no one's going to want to say that if you don't give us this money, their project isn't going to happen, because they probably put this out to other people as well.
Yeah, I think we're all kind of agreed that the first project is worthwhile, especially since it's something that they've been coming to us for a couple of years now that we have the process. Okay. That's not to say that the other 2 are not worthwhile either. What's appealing about the second one is it's a lot of units. We need those units. It's all types of housing for all types of people kind of situation. I mean, not in the deeply affordable way that I know is one of our primary goals, but it's also pure numbers is one of the ways that we can help get there. The third project has a lot going for it in terms of utility. It's a great location. It's a lot of units. It is lower income housing in a neighborhood that's specifically asking for that. I don't like being held hostage, is what it feels like by UVA, who dangle a carrot, give us half of it, and then say, oh, that's not what we meant. And I don't want to, UVA doesn't get punished if we don't support this project. The people who would be able to live there get punished if we don't support this project. However, as Councilmember Fleischer suggested, if there's time, I mean, it's worth negotiating, I think, to see what, not necessarily if it's going to be straight cash, but like what other alternate options do they have to make this project better and have it not feel so upsetting to give the money to when it's, yes, they're contributing the land, but they could contribute so much more quite easily. Was that helpful?
And I don't know if anything has changed, but several months ago, I think POA, their perspective, if the funding request wasn't met, is that they'd still pursue LIHTC, but they would have higher AMIs and start including market rate units. So it may still occur, just higher AMIs, more market rate units.
And possibly, you know, there's also that balance where the more market rates you include, the lower some AMIs can get, so.
It changes your scoring dynamic in LIHTC, though, so that's the concern, because it is a highly competitive program.
Yeah.
And, I mean, they indicated with the market rate, they wouldn't be, it wouldn't be lower AMIs than 60 or more.
It's just covering the gap, yeah.
Yeah.
And so again, it feels like the people that don't benefit are the people who we most need to benefit. But I don't like the way it was presented was not that this much contribution would be requested of us.
So I just like to quickly chime in. I support the first one, and I'm on board with Jen with the third one. Is that I would like to see it work out. You know, see if we can work with them on that $3 million. I think it's a lot of possibilities there. It's the first time the UVA's proposed something like this. They certainly have the resources, I believe, to do this without anything, but I think that they're in a better position to make this happen. But I would like to just, the third one, if we can work with that $3 million sum, but definitely the first one.
Sure. And I'll remind you, you're not making a decision right now, you're giving an indication of interest.
Yeah.
Right? This is not an action item. So I will bring more information back, but I'm looking for direction, and I feel like I've gotten that.
Sam, one other thought that I had, somebody else had mentioned along the way. The POA property is owned at this point by the University of Virginia Foundation. It's taxed.
I think it's split, so it's both.
I'm just looking at the city website, it just says University of Virginia Foundation. So, if it's to be owned by the University of Virginia Foundation, and let's say it gets built out, 170 units, I have no idea what the value of that would end up being, probably $60 or $70 million, taxes on which would be $600,000 or $700,000 a year. If there were some kind of an abatement, that might be a way to get them some assistance that might help them.
I think that's what I'm thinking that we would look to explore. Yep.
And I just wanted to clarify that 192 units at various levels of AMI that aren't all market rate is a great injection of units into an area that desperately needs them. If there's a way we can, maybe there's a couple more market rates that get added and then those 19 can get down to 50% AMI, that perhaps could be a worthwhile trade-off.
All right, I think we will explore.
And I with the second project, I'd be curious as well. I do think we should try to follow the affordable housing plan in terms of the amount of money going to different AMI brackets. 20% of annual commitment going to 80 to 120% AMI is a concern to me, but I do 100% agree it's a need in the market. I mean, you need a ladder of all AMIs. And ideally, if you had a functioning economy, people at 30% AMI could eventually move up into 50, 60, 80 plus. But I would be curious with the second project to figure out what are they charging for market rate, and how does that compare to 120 to AMI and 80% AMI? In other words, do we subsidize a rent level that they would charge anyway? Just making sure we don't do that.
Okay. All right, we'll dig in. There's a little more work that I think we have to do than I was hoping for, but we'll be fine. We'll work through that. All right, and I'll just say this isn't meant to feel like a bait and switch, but this is going step by step because there are different things. The first slide was about things that we are proposing to have you consider adding to your CIP. That's what that is framed as. Now we're shifting to, you already have items in your funded CIP, but there are now additional requests associated with them based on the ability to deliver what has been identified and funded. Kindlewood Phase 4 is currently in your CIP with $4.5 million currently committed to the project. Overall, the agreement calls for 425 to 475 units. Available funding today will allow for 85 to 95 units, and if that happens, that means the delivery of units will total 380 to 390, falling short of the original agreement. There are two options that are available to address this. If the city were interested in providing an additional $3 million to ensure that those 130 units were provided, then you would actually be able to hit your goal of 425 units in the original agreement. And if not, you could also modify the Kindlewood agreement to reduce the minimum required units to 380 to 390 units. So that's what's being offered as a request for consideration. There were additional options that were identified that were provided to city staff to look at, but those options did not really deliver anything that would be any better than what this option provides for consideration. And I'm going to ask James if he has anything else to add in the way of detail in regards to this item, but this is a big ask. It's $3 million additional that is being requested. It is not needed at one time. This would be a future phase that we'd be working towards. I'm not exactly sure we know yet when the money would need to be available, and if a split is possible. We might not have to do it in 1 year if that were the choice. But this is really an attempt to take a look at your original agreement to request 425 units appear on the former Garrett Square site, and today that is in jeopardy. And the question is, what role do you want to play in making that happen?
I'm sorry, sir. To keep it at 380 or 390, it won't take it. It would be the 4.5 we've already committed, not at any.
I'm sorry, the 3 million is in addition to the 424. I'm sorry, the 4.5.
Right, but for the last bullet, the modify to.
Well, the modify means you keep it's just using the money that's already in the CIP, yes.
So that would be $3 million for basically 45 more units.
And do we know what
$70,000 a unit.
Do we know what AMI levels they'd be?
They're lower they're the lower AMIs. I don't have that off the top of my head. We could get that for you though.
So Sam, we had talked about that we've had some concerns about the late payment.
That's coming. That's separate. That's coming. Yes, sir. That's another ask.
Well, I mean, before we, I just think that needs to be part of it, because if we keep pouring into it and whatever we're doing is not enough because they're late, and I hear different reasons for that, but
I would say to you, matter-of-factly, that that's in addition to. Whatever decision you make here in regards to this, that item is still a valid open item, because it not only affects the units that have already been produced and the threat of the additional units producing the similar situation, but the legacy units that have not been converted yet to new units, we're experiencing the same situation.
Right.
So there's a problem there that we need to investigate and intervene on, which is why it's a separate action item.
So the $70,000 that Lloyd had mentioned for the 40 to 50 additional units, that's way more than we typically.
I'm not sure how that stacks up. We would have to look at a comparison of other projects, but multifamily tends to go high.
Right, and I mean, so what's primary, I don't know all the details, but what primarily appears to be driving that higher cost per unit is the fact when you get to that density on that remaining portion of the overall Kindlewood site, you have to incorporate structured parking, and that is very expensive.
Wait, can you say that again, please?
That cost per unit goes goes up higher, and a component of that is that to get to the level of density, get basically that 130 units onto that portion of the remaining property, you pretty much have to go into structured parking.
But we got rid of parking minimums.
Yes, but there's still including parking within the design of the project.
Which would have been a part of the request for the residents when they designed this site.
Mm-hmm.
So this is complicated. It's meant to be a heavy one for you because this is revisiting your original agreement for the Kindlewood project. That 425 was a minimum number, and we're not even coming close to the maximum number that we might have hoped for at that particular time. And we're at this moment admitting that there's a struggle being advised of us to get to 400 units. And the question is, can you live with the reduced number of units for what you've chosen to invest to date? Or are you willing to pay more to get what you originally requested so that you're not losing anything in the way of units, but it is costing you something in order to get those units?
And would there be, I mean, we just paid a lot of money for an extended parking lot contract. Would those parking spaces be available to use for Kindlewood folks so we don't have to build structured parking? It's a block away.
I don't think it could work like that because someone has to pay for those spaces. So there's a need for compensation for that.
But, I mean, it's, $35,000 to $50,000. Sorry, it's $50,000 to $75,000 to construct a structured parking spot. So how many years of monthly parking could we pay for instead of building a structured parking lot on Kindlewood?
We could take a look at that and figure that out because I don't think anyone's thought about it that way. That's different.
And the timeline for the Kindlewood Friendship Court redevelopment plan back in 2018, a letter from the Resident Advisory Committee said that they want a mixed income community and not be exclusively a low income development. So where is factoring, how much market rate housing would we need to pay for the low income units that we're requesting here?
We'd have to give that back to them to figure that out. I don't know. I know that I can speak to my own knowledge about this project for the fact that I haven't been here since it started, but I've heard a great deal about it with my time here. There was always a concern that Phase 4 was going to be a heavily market rate proposed project, which was identified as not being in alignment with the original plan. I asked questions about that myself on multiple occasions. Each time I was told that we haven't figured out Phase 4, we haven't figured out Phase 4, and I believe that. I know that when you're doing a sizable project that's phased like this, things change over time. The market is changing with it. And for that reason, by the time you get to that final phase, even if you had defined it, it's not going to be the same thing. So that's kind of really where we are, is that it was 2018 when we started the process, and here we are this many years later, and it's different.
So where I am on this is that I would support the minimum or not any additional funds. And I could see those funds being used, for like some of the things like this, the previous slide that you showed us.
And others that are still coming, because I'm not
Yeah,
done.
yeah. I just, I remember talking to, to Sunshine, I think he, about this, and I think the 380 to 390 is just a lot more achievable than the 425, 450 or whatever. But that's where I am. I'm not in the camp of the additional funds for that. I'd rather put it towards another affordable housing project.
Could I raise one other affordability question? I asked this question 2 or 3 years ago. My concern has been when construction costs are over $300 a square foot, and we build a unit that is 100 square feet larger than perhaps is necessary, we've now added $30,000 to the unit. I suggested during a meeting some time ago that when I was shortly after college, I had no problem living in an 800 square foot two-bedroom apartment. And people thought that I was advocating them living in a prison cell. And the discussion was about 1,200 square feet and more for 3 bedrooms and so on. And I wonder whether it is ever going to be appropriate for somebody to look at this whole thing and say, maybe we don't need 1,300 square feet apartments. Maybe we can save the difference of what they are asking us for an infusion of $70,000 per unit by making a smaller unit.
I think kind of what a different way to phrase that is I think we need more information about what phase 4 would look like.
We can share that.
I know there's the catch-22 of, well, we need to know what the budget is before we have plans to show.
No, well, we have options that were identified to help us achieve this ability to say this to you as clearly as I've tried to say it to you. There are options. They're less attractive.
Yeah, and I think what also this goes to show is that we have a lot of good, valuable projects in the city that need a little extra fold-in money.
They're coming, yes.
Which means we need to remember that these things cost money, and we can raise money by allowing other things to be built without our intervention. And that's how we, for example, the property that you're talking about with the hotel, now suddenly the tax, after the abatement's finished, the tax revenue we get back can go towards these projects.
Well, one of the things that pains me about this $3 million is a lot of it is going to go towards parking and
well, I think we should certainly have more conversation and get specific information about things like the amount of structured parking, how much of that is driven by decisions of residents versus decisions of PHA itself versus funders. I think there's a lot of conversations to be had. I think as well, obviously a huge part of the Kindlewood project is the approach of residents being directly involved in decisions, and that flowing from one of the lessons of Vinegar Hill of involving community members directly rather than making decisions for them, and the either conscious or subconscious. I think if information is given to residents, they're smart enough to understand the trade-offs, and I think a lot more conversation is warranted, but I hope we get more information. We could have PHA come to a council meeting to discuss further and engage the residents themselves in dialogue as well. I will say it's obviously a huge project that's very complex, that has taken years. These agreements were done, I think, before the pandemic. A lot has changed since the pandemic. So for me, flexibility seems totally reasonable because the world has changed since this began, and it's a very complex project. The more units we could get, at lower AMI levels, obviously the better, but if the world has changed and that's not feasible at a realistic cost, I'm open to being flexible. I would be very curious what the AMI levels for the additional units would be. If we're talking about 0 to 30% AMI, maybe that's a cost that's worth it. I mean, because just to take one unit from 60% to 30% is $120,000 a unit just to cover debt costs, because they're losing money each month. So if it's 0 to 30, that cost may be worth it. But if you're talking about, higher AMIs, maybe it's not worth it. But I feel like I don't know enough information right now to really know. But I would agree with what others have said. I think any continued conversation, is warranted on multiple elements of the plan.
Okay, so Jen, you didn't
Yeah, I was thinking that maybe it was because I was the new kid and I just didn't know what was going on, but it sounds like none of you really know what the plan is, and so I would like to know what the plan is, because,
I'm trying to process it myself.
yeah,
I
so.
think ultimately, I mean, I hear you. I don't know that time is on our side for being able to go into a deeper process, because I know there are LIHTC implications, as this is a rolling project. It hasn't stopped. I think for me, the priority was to ask you first, so I'll try to reset this in a different way. Are you open to spending $3 additional million for Kindlewood?
So you just want to go down and get a yes or no?
If I could get some clarity on, are you willing to consider it, it at least frames whether or not we have a question.
I would say if the AMIs are low enough, yes, at least consider it.
With a lot of TBDs as to what we're going to get out of it. Again, I don't want to spend
What
it
do you
all on
want
parking.
for it? Help me
Yeah.
see that. You want lower AMIs for it?
Lower AMIs, but I'm also open to market rate. I want quantity. I want quantity
Okay.
of
That's
house,
helpful.
quantity of housing,
Sure.
and deprioritizing the needs of cars.
Okay.
Lloyd?
It looks like, as I'm looking at the numbers, so we're putting in 4.5 million to get about 90 units. That's going to be $75,000 a unit. And then another $3 million at another $75,000 a unit to get another 40. My guess is that that's more than we've anteed up for other similar projects. Let's just say I'm not enthusiastic about it. Not a definite no.
How acceptable do we find fewer than 425 units? Because that's the other question.
I don't think it's ideal, but I can live with it, accepting that, these were developed before the pandemic, and that changed fundamental things about construction costs.
This is why it's kind of it'd be nice to see some more plans, because one of the other things that could be interesting is the 390 that we're able to build now, build them in a way that saves space for a future building that could add more.
So, Sam, before you go into the next question, I wanted to.
That's the only one.
Jen and I hadn't responded to the $3 million question.
sorry.
So.
Yep.
Thank you. But my response is similar. I would, if the 3 million had as many units that we could sustainably get in there closer to 425 at a low AMI, and maybe there was opportunity for commercial or future self to recoup that 3 million in some way. That's why I'm saying some commercial. That would be very appealing, and it would be easier for me to say
And
that.
there is commercial already in this phase. So that's within this $4.5 million already. So there wouldn't be more. It's all about the units at this time.
Okay.
The size of the commercial changes.
But not the size of the units.
No, I don't believe, it's about the number of units, not the size of the units. But the commercial space would change in options, the size of that space.
Yeah, I'm not in the camp of, I just think we can get more bang for our buck with the $3 million on other projects.
Okay.
So
that's for you
okay.
all, just kind of taking you back to your retreat in August, since we're about to do this on January. That was an exercise in tension and trade-off, just so you know. It was supposed to feel that way, and it has been hard. I understand that. and we're not done with asking you for more money. So that's part of why
Bring it on.
I have to do this the way that I'm doing it. I'm trying to judge whether or not you're willing to go as far as it's going to take us to figure out how to do these things. 501 Cherry also is a CIP-funded project. It today is short of its ability to move, which is why no construction has occurred on site. There has been a request to increase the $3.15 million cash investment and the $1 million performance agreement, which is the tax abatement over a 30-year period, to now increase that by $700,000 in cash and an additional $1 million performance agreement for a tax abatement over 30 years. And that in itself would allow the project to move forward. The caveat is that that is gap funding that supports the goal of building a grocery store, but it does not commit a grocery store on that site. As you heard earlier this evening, there is still concern about the notion that the grocery store will not be delivered as a space ready to open, simply stock the shelves and open. It will be, in this iteration, a shell. It will still need additional investment. That additional investment will have to come from somewhere. The food co-op has made a request. They reached out to me specifically, asked for a meeting. They're looking for further commitment from the city. There has not been an ability to bring forward a request from the food co-op because there is still organizing work to be done on establishing the co-op as an entity that is deemed viable for any consideration of investment by this body. They need 18 to 24 months to do the additional work. Everyone has been very excited about what this group has been able to pull off up to this point and being able to connect themselves to national outfits that have made it possible for them to continue to move the concept. It does appear to be moving in the right direction. I've been pleased, I'll share that as well, for what I've heard. They're looking for more of a city endorsement, conditioning of this investment, ensuring that a grocery store will result. I am not bringing that to you as a part of the request, only because I don't know that you can make that kind of condition and something happens down the road, and how do you undo that? I'm sure we can always make a decision, but then there's a lot of legal stuff that the attorneys would have a field day trying to figure out how to make it work. But where we are today is the entity that you are being requested to consider something with is PHA. So again, it's a $700,000 cash investment and $1 million additional performance agreement over 30 years. And it would ensure that the project, as we all know it and have seen it to be, will commence with the closing in April, I believe, and they would start construction this year.
So today, Ms. McDonald mentioned the grocery store that the proffer requires the building. I wasn't clear on that.
So I requested the actual proffer myself, so that me and James can spend time reading, because I enjoy reading that with him, so he can tell me what this says. But we are going to take a look at that specifically. The question is, does the proffer indicate a full, absolute commitment of a grocery store? Or does it ensure that space is available for a grocery store should one be deemed viable? It's the language that's going to matter. Again, we will have to probably engage the attorney for an interpretation as to what the proffer actually commits. But that has been what has been offered as there is contention in this conversation between PHA, Woodard Properties, and the food co-op on whether or not the grocery store is going to happen, and is everything being done to ensure that it can, should they be able to do everything else that is required. That's how I appreciate it. And again, I've followed this conversation. I've tried to stay up on the process. I've met with the group myself, and others have met with them on other occasions on my behalf. That's why I'm able to say that this is still ensuring that a space is available for a grocery store by allowing construction to commence, because as it stands today, there's nothing happening and there won't be anything happening unless this gap is closed. And we still need 18 to 24 months or so to be able to allow the food co-op to do all the other things that are still going to be necessary to ensure that a grocery store can operate in this space or any space. So How do you feel about $700,000 cash and $1 million performance agreement being added to 501 Cherry, is the question.
So where would the $700,000 go?
It would go for helping with the construction gap. So it's just a part of the money that's necessary for them to be able to build. That's cost escalation, I would imagine, what most of that is covering.
So what sorts of rights do we have if it becomes apparent after 5 years that there is no way to make this food co-op profitable?
Yeah, I don't know that there's a way for us to engage in that. I think what I put there as the last bulleted item, that an agreement between PHA and the food co-op is still needed. I think we can state that clearly, that that is the preference. I don't know that we can make that a condition, but I think that is to be worked out between those two parties. If it's not viable, that is a question that is not quite, it's not really easy to discern what happens, because what usually happens in a grocery store setup like this is when it can't be deemed affordable, it just raises its prices, so therefore it doesn't serve the market that it was intended to meet. It becomes more of a boutique operation, and it probably could thrive. It's just not for the people that it was meant for. That's always been my concern with the notion of doing it, and without any consideration down the road that council might be interested in supporting its operation so that it can stay that way, which could be an ask. There's no way to guarantee that.
I mean, one of my concerns about this, of course, the reason why we don't have a grocery store there is because it hasn't been profitable to run a grocery store there. And so the question is, what are we simply going to be asked to create favorable circumstances, i.e. a good space that they don't have to pay rent for? Or are we going to be asked, oh, by the way, we need another $200,000 a year?
Well, they will be paying rent. I do recognize that as a part of the pro forma that was submitted and approved. It is below market, so it is being subsidized in the agreement for being able to occupy the space. I think that's part of why the difference of agreement is in existence today, is that there was an expectation based on the proffer that the space would be ready to occupy, and this version only gets a shell. Therefore, there's more money that's going to be needed. If that is left unaddressed, unresolved, then that means the food co-op would be expected to find those funds, in addition to what they've already agreed to have to go and find. That's the concern.
Which is how companies operate.
Sure.
Right. What I'm saying is, I think it's reasonable to ask for the funding gap to be filled to get the building built. I think that's a reasonable ask. We are here to do what we can do as a collective group for the benefit of the city. Having a building there with 65 to 73 units or whatever we've settled on now is a benefit to the community and to the city and to the people who need to live there. Operating a grocery store is not the auspices of city government. Subsidizing a grocery store is not under the auspices of city government. If it becomes a co-op and successfully manages to serve the needs of the community, or to be a grocery store that people outside of the community also go to, that is the responsibility of the co-op. That is not the responsibility of the city. I hope it is successful. I think having more people in that neighborhood, including the ones living above, are going to help make it successful. If I were a grocery store operator at 501 Cherry, I would want a 7-story building 2 blocks away full of people who could be consumers at my grocery store. I think those are some of the tensions and trade-offs that the operators of the grocery store are going to have to contend with, but it is not council responsibility to subsidize a food co-op. We can, however, be responsible for helping the building get built. I think that is something that does fall within our wheelhouse. Mike, a question about the $1 million performance agreement, tax abatement over 30 years, that's listed as a prior city investment, and then another one, request for additional investment. How does that layer?
Because the gap is 1.7 million. So that's the basis of how this request was made, was if they could get the performance agreement increased and the cash increased, this in itself closes the gap.
So it would be a $2 million performance
Yes.
agreement over 30 years?
Right, and 3.85 in cash.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so Michael, what are your thoughts on a 700 cash and a $1 million performance grant?
I have less concerns about the tax abatement. I would say, one of the things, I'm thinking about is, if there are things we want that capitalism is not producing, it's going to cost money and it's going to be difficult, because if it was easy, we wouldn't have food deserts. There's a reason for food deserts. To address that, if there's some level of public subsidy, I think that's probably inevitable. I mean, there's some cities like Kansas City that have had grocery stores with public funding for a long time. Obviously, in New York City, it's a big conversation topic recently. The new mayor there. I'm open to a role for it, because I think the issue of food deserts is real and difficult, but there is the amount of money to do that is not unlimited. So that, for the $700,000 especially, I would want in writing a clear understanding of, if we provide that subsidy and the co-op can't even get off the ground, what happens? And then two, one of the other things that I think is a concern is, let's say the co-op does get off the ground, but you have a situation where, working class people are just totally displaced from the neighborhood and the prices are high. A co-op's going to be there, but that was not really the intent of what the community was looking for. They weren't looking for a boutique food co-op. How, if at all, can we guarantee that doesn't happen? And the, I don't know. But those are my two biggest concerns. And
I guess the question that I have for you, because again, I don't know how we condition that. Are you saying that you cannot see making the additional investment if the co-op is not better provided for?
I don't know the solution either, but I'm just saying I don't think it will benefit anyone or meet anyone's expectations if we spend this money and nothing comes together, or we spend this money and it's just high priced. But I don't know the solution, but those are my concerns. From what I remember, the proffer is that the idea would be seriously explored, but it wasn't like it must happen. But I certainly think the community's expectation is that it absolutely will happen. That's what the community expects.
Okay, so Jen, what are your thoughts on that 700 cash and the 1 million performance?
Yeah, I'm for getting this going and taking the risk. It's beneficial to the health of that neighborhood.
Yeah, and I'll chime in too. It's my understanding that this is needed for this project to move forward, to keep going. And I'm supportive of the 700 cash and the $1 million performance to help it get off the ground. I'm not supportive of kind of subsidizing the grocery store on an annual basis, but I think it's a
Which would be a separate matter. I'm just wanting to be clear on that.
Right.
Any support directly to the grocery store would be later.
Yeah.
That is not what is a part of our consideration here.
I'm supportive of this, so Lloyd, I just want to make it clear where, if you can succinctly say if you're for it, or as you can, succinctly as you can.
If there are sufficient, if there is sufficient clarity about what happens if things don't work, yes.
Okay, so Sam.
When you say what doesn't happen
I
in the
want to know,
space,
it seems to me that if we are being asked to basically subsidize the creation of a space for a food co-op or for a grocery store, and the food co-op or the grocery store doesn't meet whatever expectations we have, and let's say it either goes belly up entirely, or they want to turn it into a boutique store where chicken breasts are $9.99 a pound, then I guess the question is, at what point
is the city going to be willing to say, no, sorry, that's not what we paid for, and we're not going to keep throwing however many hundreds of $1,000s a year into an operating budget for a place that's losing money. And I don't know how I would write that contractual provision right now, but I want to have a clear understanding with everybody that we are not, by doing this, I mean, I always feel like every time we make one set of commitments and then we get another request for more money on top of that, how many more requests are we going to make? How are we signing up for how many more infusions because things didn't work out right? And once we get into actual performance of a store that we know historically has not fared well there, I'm just real concerned that people are going to say, well, the city's got to keep throwing 400,000, however much money a year in operating expenses. So with sufficient protections, yes, and I don't know how we make those protections.
Sam, do you have what you need for this?
I think so.
Okay.
Guess it's late. All right, this item is a request. This is a new request. So a request for intervention in counseling and rental assistance. It is focused on the Kindlewood site because it has come to our attention through a variety of means of various conversations with Sunshine and his team. I'll also acknowledge that Nakai Walker brought this to my attention. She shared this as an issue with others as well. And the discovery of this has now turned into a material opportunity for us to do something clearly. It is real. It is a problem. There have been rising rental payment delinquencies across the Kindlewood site. The legacy property, which is the property that has not yet been touched, has significant delinquencies in rental payments, as well as individuals who have moved into the new units have also reached some degree of delinquency in more than a few of the units. And we know that some of that is attributed to the notion that when those individuals were offered the opportunity to pick an apartment, the apartment is at an AMI level that is above their means. They're paying more, and therefore it's probably contributing to an inability to pay because the rent is higher than where it should have been. But it's only the option that they have because a unit at the AMI that they are is not available.
Is it not
So-
available yet, or is not going to be available?
At this moment, not available yet. So then that in itself creates delinquency for a period. Part of the intervention here is, the thought is that we would add a counseling component so that we can really get to the bottom of what is the cause of the delinquency. There is an understanding that the individuals are in these units, in many of the units that are not the newer units. Their income suggests that they should be able to pay the rent, but they haven't been paying the rent. And there's a need for verification as to what's going on inside that household. So the request is to create a pilot program. It's targeted at $305,000 as a pilot, $85,000 for PHA to add financial coaches within its Financial Opportunity Center, who will be focused on, this is their job, to work with the individuals that are in the Kindlewood property with delinquencies that have accumulated. And then the idea is also to make available a fund of $220,000 to allow for some matching payments towards the removal of the arrears through the act of counseling them through whatever delinquency issues, whatever things that need to be worked out. And for that, then rent payments could match some of their ability to start repaying if it is identified that they can. That's a question. But I also have a bullet there that there is a broader application in this because I've spoken to John Sales about a similar situation in CRHA properties, and we believe that it probably is something that is occurring in other low-income sites in the city as well. And again, wanting to not assume that people are just simply not paying the rent, the thought is to create this opportunity to do financial coaching and figure out what really is happening and help individuals resume an ability to pay. So this is a request for new money for you all to make available. This $305,000 as a pilot is not something that we have earmarked. So the suggestion that I would make to you here is that I would bring this to you as an item for your CIP contingency for former surplus funds, as a one-time or over 2-year period allocation. I guess we have to determine that with how the program would operate, but the thought is that would be your source.
So Jen, I'll start off with you. What are your thoughts on?
Do we have a sense of the efficacy of financial coaches and how many it takes to tackle the proportion of folks that?
Having been one in my past, absolutely.
Excellent. Thank you. And if someone wanted to donate $305,000 to see if this pilot works, is that an option, or it has to come from
Sure
our
it
pot?
is. We can take anyone's money.
Okay.
I think we can figure that out, yeah. And we'll welcome anyone giving more than this 305 if that's the case, because I think we have a problem that we found, a real problem.
Yes, that it crosses, it is not isolated to PHA residents.
And this is not resolving it at the Kendallwood site and exclusively. This is just an ability for us to prove concept that there might be something else going on.
Okay.
Also known as my prosperity work and equity work.
It doesn't seem like unless we're going to start paying people properly all over the place all the time and take up that, which we cannot, I don't know that we actually have any other option. If financial coaching and paying towards arrears, it would just be great if we had some way to offset the pilot and a plan for if it's successful, how.
And I think that's really the point of offering it up as a pilot. We had real conversation about, we don't know how far this is going to go. We don't know how deep it's going to go. We don't know how wide it's going to go. The assumption is that because the arrears have reached the level that they have, and we've now seen the list of the dollar amounts by household, it's a bit jarring. And it really makes you wonder what is actually happening.
How, can I ask two more questions? How, I didn't wait for the answer on that, sorry. How do we know, who's holding this pilot accountable?
We would. This would be a city grant application, basically a grant award, and it would have performance metrics, and it would be a part of our budget and grants office.
Fantastic. Then that was my only question. Thank you.
Michael.
Yeah, I think certainly the financial coaches I'm open to. The pilot program I'm, potentially open to. I would caution, I would just offer, CRHA has a very similar issue. They did actually get a donation through community area, CACF, to cover arrears a few years ago, and the same problem a year later at the same exact scale was back. Nothing was actually solved. And I think that AMI issue is a big part of it. Inflation during the pandemic for LIHTC units that don't have a voucher or aren't public housing, what you pay is not attached to your income, it's attached to the AMI, and when inflation explodes without wage increases, people have to pay a lot more suddenly and can't. That's part of it. The other is CRHA did have to confront when, if ever, do you combine sticks along with the carrots, and no affordable housing agency wants to be involved in people losing housing, but when, if ever, is eviction appropriate. They also found the biggest problem was addiction, severe mental health issues, and elder abuse for those who were just not paying rent after getting contacted multiple times, certified mail, and they found really they just needed really intensive social services work. So I would just offer that, and I think CRHA has certainly a lot of lessons, but still has not solved the issue.
Yeah.
Natalie?
How long does this pilot program last?
Do you recall, did we say? I don't know that we settled on that.
2 years pops into my head, but I don't,
I tend to go with two-year pilots because it takes a minute to get it all started, and then you need like a year's activity to really assess. I was thinking 2 years as well. I believe that's what we talked about, but there's still a lot more to be done in this
Okay.
space. This is just the number that we came up with
And
for
so-
being able to grab a swath of people to be able to focus on.
And so that $85,000 spread over 2 years
Yeah.
pays for hourly support, consultant support? Who's the coach?
This would be, I would imagine that they're going to hire staff as coaches.
So that 85 isn't going to,
It would cover 2 people probably for 2 years.
with other subsidies from other places?
I imagine so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Has that number been negotiated with?
No, I mean, this is the number that we put on the table. It may be adjusted by the time I bring to the action item because we would be at a point of them saying, okay, we think we can really do something. I would suggest that if there was a need to pay differently, then we would take it out of the arrears portion and let that be something to come back and ask after proof of concept.
Okay.
But the coaching standing alone for what it needs to be, we will never figure it out if someone does not sit down with them with the skill
We'll
to
look at the
really
books.
figure out what's going on.
See how they're cooking. Okay. Thanks.
Lloyd? Yeah.
Willing to give it a try.
Same here. I think it's,
Okay, not done yet. So, your second quarter off-cycle request. I did it on one slide, though. The YMCA has a $145,000 cost upgrade to meet state egress standards in relation to the operation of the daycare facility at the Jefferson School. They were approved by the Jefferson School to make the adjustments to the space. They have done their own additional fundraising to secure funding, and the remaining balance of what is needed appears to be $45,000. If you are inclined to use your council strategic initiatives fund, that's the source I have identified for you. $150,000 request from Pacham is identified as an operating shortage for the current year. If they are unable to raise these funds, they could find themselves needing to close early, which they are currently scheduled to close in April, and they may have to cut it short because they would run out of funds. They have asked for additional funding from other local funders, and I'm aware that others are considering making a contribution, which is why the city asked that I push to get clearly identified as now $65,000. I would say to you that we, the city, have those funds available today because in our FY26 operating budget, we have $500,000 that was identified for shelter operating support that is not being used and will not be used because we do not have a shelter that operates. That's what the Holiday Drive project will eventually become. So the suggestion that I make to you here is that we could have you reallocate $65,000 of those funds for this ask. But I'm not done spending that money. I'm going to drop down to the Salvation Army. They've asked for $340,000. This is to operate a new family shelter for 24 occupants. It's 5 two-bedroom apartments and 1 one-bedroom apartment at the current Ridge Street site. This is not currently available and open. They had actually abandoned the idea because they were going to eventually do the full renovation, but they were able to secure funds from the county and from a philanthropic source to make, I think, $100,000 of improvements to make this space available because there is a critical need for family shelter. It is the only group in our population that there is no site available for them. So this is a response to a direct need that has appeared, I guess, more regularly. So the Salvation Army decided to step forward and get approval to operate this space. It will have a shared kitchen, laundry, storage, and common space exclusive to the family shelter entity. So it would not be mixing kids with adults and all the various things that come with having to be a little bit more careful. They've asked the city for $340,000, which is the operating cost for this facility. So that too, I would suggest to you is a consideration of some portion, if not all of it, out of your existing $500,000 that is in our budget today and will be unspent. And then the last item, which is the box to the lower left, I received notice from BRAC, our Continuum of Care, that permanent supportive housing funds are in jeopardy of being dramatically decreased based on federal action. HUD has basically submitted a change to how the program operates,
and we would see a six-figure decline in the funding support that would come to this area. It currently serves 32 individuals. Those individuals do, for a significant number of them, originate from Charlottesville and currently reside in this area in the city of Charlottesville as well, which is why the ask is coming to us. There's probably an ability for other funds to come from other sources because not all of them are from the city of Charlottesville. The thought there would be, naturally, is if you are inclined to intervene in the loss of these funds, it too could come out of the shelter operating funds first, because that's $500,000 that we have. Anything addition to what we might consider would have to be a surplus allocation. And I remind you that last year you did this. There was $250,000 that they did not receive. That was brought forward to you all as emergency intervention because there was a grant deadline missed and we were unable to get funding. They were able to raise some charitable funds from some other places, and then the city gave them $250,000 in the increased Council Strategic Initiatives Fund that I set up for you, and surplus VCF and other places for that thing that I did last year that I'm not going to do to you this year.
Is that grant opportunity still available this year?
They are still looking. I know that they're going to pursue other sources. Right now, the reason why it says $250,000 to $500,000 is because the $500,000 was the higher number of what they have gotten in the prior years prior to not getting their grant in last year. So it could be anywhere from a $250,000 to a full $500,000 loss. And that would, again, put 32 individuals in jeopardy of being on the street.
And this is crossings?
No, this
Individuals or
is
something
not
else?
crossings. Well, you know what? I shouldn't say that. These are individuals that are receiving subsidy. They could be anywhere.
Mhm.
They could be
Okay.
anywhere. So it could very easily be in that location or single-family housing or anywhere else
Or
where they're
anywhere
receiving the
else.
supports. Yes.
Okay.
So this is the ask, and the question is, what do you think?
So what I would suggest is that we'll go down, and if you could, just succinctly as you can, identify the four, which of the four you support or not. So Mike, I'll start with you.
Well, I think the highest priority would be permanent supportive housing funds. Below that, the Salvation Army's request, and then Pacham's request. If we're able to get a family shelter, even when Holiday Drive is completed, that's going to be a missing part of our overall need. So I think that's just meeting a really critical need, even if that ends up not being enough. But those would be my three biggest priorities. And I don't know if this is the last slide, but for all these slides,
It's the last slide.
I hope we think about that relatively soon. Over $10 million of inclusionary zoning payments from the Verve and 2117 Ivy will be coming to the city. And there'll still be many, many trade-offs, but if we treat that money as an addition to our $10 million a year commitment, it makes things like this more feasible.
Quick question, for the Salvation Army box, those are operating funds. Are those funds that we're going to be asked for every year?
Yes, I would imagine so. Because it is clearly identified as operating support, so it would be an ask that would be a continuous one going forward.
Okay, so at some point, it would not be an off-cycle request,
Right.
perhaps?
Right.
Okay, it's just ready now, and so they want to...
Yeah, especially just in the notion of what Councilor Payne just said. This is the establishment of a family shelter. One thing that they did share with me is when the Ridge Street property begins to go through its transformation, when the offices are relocated, they will relocate these families with them. So they would go to temporary space within the Cherry Avenue location, and they would not be lost as a result of that. And then when it's done, they go back. So this is the establishment of what could grow beyond this. So it is checking a box that is unmet today.
Okay. Thanks. It looks like you've found the money for all of these.
I wish I could have found it on the other slides, but
It seems like the most urgent two are Brock and Pacham, since Pacham is actively operational right now. If Pacham is able to stretch their current money, do they repay that, or just here's 65, stretch as long as you can?
Well, my assumption is that, because I have not gotten an update that, hey, we don't need as much, my assumption is they haven't been able to find it. So they're really waiting to see.
Yeah.
And they do know that we're having this conversation. They just didn't know we were.
It's cold now.
Yep.
And then, I mean, a family shelter would be great. If we have all the money, great. Let's, these are all useful things. You seem to have found the funds.
And the city of Oscar and Brack is undetermined, and it's because
That's
it's a
the-
moving
right.
target.
That,
So
and I
that's-
assume we come back and talk
Yeah,
about
that's
that
an active
later.
item.
Yeah.
Yep.
Lloyd?
I am concerned that we're being asked by the Salvation Army to contribute basically about $60,000 per apartment for operating expenses. And we were just talking earlier about being reluctant to spend $60,000 to build an apartment. And to see that as something that there's going to be an expectation that we continue to do year over year over year, just concerns me that I don't think that that's a sustainable model for us. On the YMCA, when I got a call from Kurt Kruger on their board when they had the problem that first came up, and so Kurt was asking me for assistance in two respects. One was easy to do. I think it had already probably been granted before I even made the call, but was to get an extension of time for doing for trying to meet the code, and that was fine. The second was he wanted $145,000. I gather from this that they've raised $100,000 from other sources. I guess I would say if you've been able to raise 2/3 of it, maybe we go ahead and we give you the last third. You've made certainly a good faith effort at that point. Pacham, they're currently functioning, and they're doing things and keeping people warm in real time right now, and I certainly don't think we ought to do anything to make that more difficult or cause them to pull the plug. The permanent supportive housing money, when it says city ask undetermined, that always makes me nervous. But if we figure we've got the money allocated anyway, and it's just a question of figuring out a different avenue for spending it, it's still out of the same bucket of shelter operation funds. And I guess I'm okay with that one too. So the Salvation Army one is the one proposal that I'm really not comfortable with.
And actually, I appreciate you calling that out, because I didn't do the math earlier, but I just did the math, and for 6 units, it's a $4,700 a month cost, which seems higher than market rate. So what is all that money going towards?
Well, it is operating a facility, and that's staff. You got services available to these folks. They're not just given a place to stay. This is a program.
Okay. Still seems
So,
high.
I'll get to you in a minute, Jen. As we're talking about that, aren't they eventually going to redo the entire Ridge Street? So this, I know it's not going to be for many years down the road.
A couple years, hopefully.
Well, so I'm saying we're doing, probably fixing up the space that they have upstairs now, which is not used, because I go over there all the time to, my church, we make dinners there, and I know they're not using that space. So they'll fix that up. I assume that's what they're planning to do.
Well, the fixing up of the space is already covered. They have the money for that. This ask is about the operations. So this will also include when those folks move, they will continue to receive the same supports in the temporary space to then coming back to that permanent space. How it gets factored in once it's all said and done is to be determined. But ideally, this is because this is establishing a new service, and that's the ask.
Got it. So, Jen, Lord, were you finished?
I'm done.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm okay. You, again, yes, you've seemed to assign this already. It seems to be there. It's filling a big gap. And we may get lucky with Brock and have some state support that's coming. There's been some chatter about that, so.
And there's a court matter. That's the reason why it's still undetermined.
Yeah, so if there's some good luck on the screen, then it looks like we can cover these. I am a little concerned about the Salvation Army. Just, it seems like it's daunting, but it's, when you think about it year over year. But we're in desperate need of a family shelter, and it does take a lot of wraparound support. So I'm okay with this.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. With the Salvation Army, I mean, not the YMCA, I think that will put many families right now that use it, they won't be able to operate it anymore. So if we can find the money, I'm supportive of it, of them, all four.
All right. Chrissy's still sitting upright, so I think I did okay.
Okay. All right, so is that your report?
Yes.
So Jen, meetings are usually not this long.
This is the hazing.
And I said this to the new
hazing.
assistant city manager as well.
But I told him it was going to be a long meeting.
Yes. So we're now at the opportunity for second community matters. Would anyone like to speak on this? Yes.
Mayor Wade, Council, and Mr. Sanders. I didn't come for this, but I can't resist congratulating the Jefferson School and thanking you for supporting them. And as I hear you talk about housing, it made me reflect on how good things take a long time. I spent 19 years from the first meeting I went to when Jefferson School was considered surplus city property to the day we as Jefferson School partners that have been named by the council to rehabilitate and lease the building, the day we handed it over to the foundation. So good things take a long time. And I'd also just like to remind you that probably the Jefferson School was the first substantial equity project of a previous council. It was a bold move to take that valuable downtown real estate or downtown adjacent real estate and give it to 12 citizens and say, make something of this. And I can't tell you how many times in 2017 I reflected back and said, thank goodness that they did that and that we did this, because what would we have done if we hadn't had it as a safety valve, in addition to all the other good things that it's done. But the reason I really came here tonight, because I thought I would be remiss if I didn't speak to you in both my personal capacity and as the president of Preservation Piedmont, to lend this voice to those who are expressing concerns about the West Main and West Main adjacent and other developments that are encroaching on cultural, historic, and environmental resources. Preservation Piedmont, as those of you who are around or following the comp plan and the development code, we're with it at every step of the way. And we had some misgivings, but we made a decision that we would not oppose the plan, that we were for more equitable housing, we were for affordable housing, and, not but and, we were always concerned about this map. From the moment it showed up in the future land use map of the comp plan, we were concerned about so much density and so much height adjacent to our most sensitive areas, sensitive in terms of culture, in terms of history, in terms of previous designations, both local and national, and those that for various reasons, some of them, the patriarchy of Charlottesville, had not been recognized. And so we're lending our voice to those who say, really give this a hard look. And as you're going through a review of the comp plan And I know some people are saying you can't do something because of spot zoning, and I'm sure Mr. Freeze and others have some thoughts on that. They're probably more informed than mine. This map needs some work because it really was never ground-proofed to meet the real conditions in Charlottesville. It worked for the consultant's algorithm and what we're doing nationally, and I'm not opposed to that in concept. And it's not really working here. My colleagues in Richmond who have the same consultant are calling me and saying, how's this working out in Charlottesville? And I'm really not 100% sure what I want to say to them, but I ask you, take a look at it. You're a new group of people, and there really are some important issues to consider here. And thank you for what you're doing. It's been a fascinating meeting, and good luck to a new counselor, and to continuing as mayor. You're doing a great job, and so are you, Mr. Sanders. Thank you all.
Thank you. If there's no further discussion, can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
All opposed, please say no. Thank you.